our technical team there. They'll be able to put it on the laptops that we have here, and they will be projected. You'll have your time to present. We are going to be very liberal with time because we expected a lot of presenters to come, but because of the problem we are having, they have not been able. So we'll have time, and then we'll give time for questions from whoever is here that can ask, and clarifications that you can give. So you can give your presentation to the technical team, and they'll be able to project it for you. We have the laptop at that days where, again, you'll be able to navigate from there, so you don't have to worry about your own gadgets and all. On the screen, we also have where you can share your presentation, but we also have, importantly, the Wi-Fi name and the Wi-Fi password for your own comfort, which you can use while you are here. Now, if we don't have any questions, we'd like to start with the gentleman who is, can I have that program, please? We'll have Mr. Edwin Kubai. Welcome, sir. You're a presenter?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you're in the right place. Yes. I'll just find out where you are on the program and see how I can fix you. So welcome. Dr. Caroline, I don't know whether you have something to say before we have presentations. Maybe just introduce yourself.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Caroline Burgo. Today I'll be the rapporteur, and I want to welcome you for the conference. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll set up and begin as soon as the presenter Edwin is ready. Edwin, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Edwin Kubai. Thank you, Chair. I work with the Kenya National Examination Council, and it's a pleasure to share with you some of the findings that we did. So there is a report we did on evaluation report for the competency-based assessment, that is the CBA, for primary and pre-primary education. So since the implementation of CBC, as well as the competency-based education, the Kenya National Examination Council felt that it's appropriate to find out how is the implementation taking place in the country, and how are the stakeholders, those are the teachers, the students, and even the parents, in terms of the implementation of the competency-based assessment as well as the competency-based framework. So, in terms of our partnership with respect to this evaluation, NEC, in partnership with UNICEF in the financial year 2024-2025, we carried out a study just to evaluate, to find out how is the implementation of the competency-based assessment in the country since the inception of the CBC. So we know very well that education reforms have continued to take place in the country, and there is a change, the shift from the traditional objective testing, that is the 844 system that was more examination oriented, to the competency-based education system, where we are now looking at assessing of more competencies in terms of what learners, the skills learners have acquired, or what competencies they have, as opposed to the traditional way of testing. So NEC has implemented CBA for the early years to junior school Right now we have the first cohort that is in grade 10. So we are trying to implement both in terms of the competency-based assessment. We include both the formative and what we call the summative assessments to make sure to find out how are the learners acquiring the requisite competencies or skills that are required in the competency-based assessment. So, of course, initially, there was no prior evaluation that had been done since the implementation of the competency-based assessment framework that was developed by NEC in consultation to other stakeholders from the Ministry of Education, and that's why NEC felt it very appropriate to find out. We are implementing the competency-based assessment framework. How is it being implemented at the classroom level or at the school level? So in line with that, we partnered with what you call the UNICEF in the financial year 2024-2025 to just carry out an evaluation to assess assessment methods that are being used by teachers in the classroom, the teacher capacity, the learner competencies, resources that are available, and even the role of the stakeholders in terms of implementation of the CBA across the country. So we're looking at different methods that teachers are using for assessment. The teacher capacity, do they have skills that are required for the effective implementation of this assessment? Learner competencies, are the learners acquiring the requisite competencies that are enshrined in the curriculum, that is the competency-based curriculum? Do we have resources in our schools that can support the implementation? Then, what is the role of the stakeholders? Those are the parents, the teachers, and even the other stakeholders from the Ministry of Education, as far as the implementation of competency-based assessment is concerned. So in terms of the statement problem, we came up with, we had a problem in terms of, we are looking at a situation whereby few studies provide insight into the implementation of CBA in assessment practices, and are actually in terms of the studies that have been conducted are limited in terms of scope. So this study was an evaluation that was actually assessing the whole country, trying to find out how is the implementation of CBA concerned as far as CBSE implementation is being implemented in the country. There is also inadequate national-wide studies on the implementation of CBA, and then that has resulted to the inadequacy or evidence-based data that can be used to inform or make decisions by the stakeholders in education. So we don't have actually enough studies or evidence data that we can be able to base on and be able to make informed decisions as far as implementation of CBA is concerned. Then also there was need to undertake a national-wide study to evaluate the relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, impact, and sustainability of the implementation of CBA. Just look at how relevant is the CBA implementation in our country, how effective is it, then in terms of efficiency and even the impact, and how can we be able to sustain it for the coming generation. Especially like right now, we have what we call the cohort 10, who are now in the senior school, that are now in the senior school in terms of implementation. To find out what is the best way to be able to assess these learners as they go through the competency-based education. So this study was just to bridge in terms of the curve, in terms of implementation, and also find out in terms of documenting evidences of implementers. Those are the teachers, the parents, the students, or the learners. How are they feeling as CBA is being implemented in the country, and even the stakeholders in terms of education. Then, to document in terms of determining the successes. What are the challenges these teachers are facing when it comes to implementation? What are some of the successes we can learn from this? So that when you go to, this study was done before the senior school cohort began. So we're looking at, before we go to the senior school, what are some of the successes we can learn from the primary to junior school, then we can now be able to effect that to the senior school. Then inform also intervention for improvement and also sustainability for CBA implementation, especially at the senior school level. Now, the evaluation study was guided by research objectives. Those were the 5 research objectives, but because of the time allocation on this presentation, I may not go through the entire document of the 5 objectives, but there were 5 objectives that guided the study. One was that to examine the methods and tools used by teachers to assess learners at the early years and upper primary school levels. Then number two was to assess resources required by teachers for the implementation of competency-based assessment and establish the availability and adequacy in schools. Then objective number three was to establish the extent to which teachers have acquired the requisite skills for developing and administering assessment tasks and awarding learner based on expected learning outcome. Then objective number four was to establish the level to which CBA assessment tasks enhance learners' acquisition of competencies as they transit from one grade to the next. Then the last objective that guided the study was to establish the role and the extent of involvement of parents and other education stakeholders in the assessment of learners. So the study was guided by those five objectives. So in research methodology or the evaluation approach, the study employed a cross-sectional research design with a mixed method approach to examine variables that were being studied or were being examined in this particular study. Then in addition to the mixed method approach, we had what you call the CIPP evaluation model that was used to assess how CBA implementation was being implemented in the country. The CIPP model, that is the context, input, process, and then we are looking at the products that actually what we have taken in. We are looking at what has been placed in, what are some of the resources that we have used, and are we achieving anything out of what is being implemented in the country? That is the CIPP model evaluation that was also incorporated. Now in terms of the population that was targeted, we targeted all the learners across the country. Those are especially the grade 6 learners who had done, that is the KIPSEA. But out of this, we sampled 4,250 grade 6 learners. Then we had 170 head teachers from these primary schools with 510 teachers across the board. So we had 170 schools that were sampled across the country. Those schools were mixed. We had those ones from the public schools and also the private schools across 47 countries that participated in this particular study. So the research instruments or the tools that were used in terms of data collection, we had the questionnaires, then we had the interviews, and we also had the observation schedules. So the questionnaires were being filled by the grade 6 learners, while the interviews, we had the stakeholders who are also in this study. We had what we call like the sub-county directors of education, we had the head teachers who are being also interviewed, then also we had what we call the parents. The parents who are brought on board to give also the information. They're also being interviewed about the implementation of CBA. Then we had also the observation where we could observe a lesson that is being taught by a teacher and then be able to analyze and use the information to discuss in terms of themes, in terms of the research findings. So quantitative data was analyzed using both the descriptive and inferential statistics, while the qualitative data was analyzed through content and thematic analysis using the READ approach, where we look at the transcript, we extract the data, we analyze the data, and then we distill the findings. That is the qualitative data that was coming from the parents or from the stakeholders that were being interviewed. Of course, the questionnaires were mainly used to generate the quantitative data. But the few items that were there in the questionnaire that were required, that were structured, or required elaborations were also fused in terms of the qualitative approach. So I did, in terms of the findings, because I narrowed down because of the time that was allocated for the presentation, I didn't go too much in terms of the details of research methodology. But in terms of the methods or findings of the study, it was noted that nearly all teachers use classroom assessment set by the subject teacher. That's close to 99.4%. And jointly developed school assessment at 93.9% across all the school types. When you mention school types, you're talking about the public schools, the private schools, and the special needs, or the special schools that were involved in this particular study. So we look at which kind of assessment the teachers give. Do they develop, do they buy those assessments? How do they source the assessment they're giving the learners? Apart from what NEC prepares for them, like at grade 6, we have what we call the KIPSEA, that is a summative assessment. So across before that, like what do they use in school? How do they assess, how do they get those assessments? And we're looking at, most of them are saying that they use classroom assessment, or they develop their own, some also buy some of the assessments. Then we have also weekly assessments that are most common in private, especially in private schools. They offer weekly assessments, and also the special schools use weekly assessment. But they are less, especially in now public schools. We realize that mostly in public schools, those weekly assessments are not regular as compared to the private or the special schools. Monthly assessments dominate in refugee schools. We also looked at the refugee schools for classroom assessment at 62.5%, and in private and public schools for joint assessment. Refugee schools lead in termly assessments. So in terms of a term, when a term ends, for example, they can be able to do an assessment that now was more prevalent, especially in refugee schools, with high use of commercially sourced assessment as reported in special needs schools or public and also private schools. So the widespread of these commercially sourced assessment tools raises concern in terms of validity, limited alignment with the CBA, and also their tendency to promote learning over authentic in terms of context-based assessment. So we are looking at how do these teachers develop their assessment. Do they buy those assessments? They purchase? But realize that majority of them, like most schools we're talking about, they source them from vendors, and that's how they be able to administer those assessments. So apart from what NEC offers to schools, which are in form of a continuous assessment test and also the summative, there are those internal tests that schools develop. So we're looking at how do you come up with this test? Do you develop your own test, or do you source those tests from outside? And how authentic are those tests that you buy from outside, and then you administer them? So in terms of responses, there are so many issues we are looking at, but I minimized the slides because of the time that was allocated in terms of presentation to a few issues that's concerned on the methods teachers are using. So there was an item on the question that was asking learners to respond on if, for example, they give a correct answer. How was the response of the teachers? So here, overall, across all the schools, because we are looking at overall, then we are looking at the refugee schools, the private schools, the public schools, and also the SNE schools. So in most, like when learners give the correct responses in class, overall it was noted that teachers ask other learners to appreciate these learners that have actually given them the correct response at around 21.8%. Some also do praises the learners. Some ask more questions, like 31.8% of teachers are saying they ask more questions to probe, to find out if these learners are actually understanding the concept that is being taught. But of concern is the 14.3% of overall that actually decide to keep quiet, or the teacher keeps quiet, doesn't say anything, doesn't tell the others to appreciate them, or even appreciate what the correct, or even emphasize in terms of acquisition of content or skills that when the learner is given the correct response, how do you appreciate that learner? Some decide to keep silent. And the 21.4% of learners in refugee schools who reported that the teacher kept quiet even when the learners answered questions corrected. So just finding out in terms of pedagogy, in terms of methodology. When, for example, a teacher has asked, or a learner asks a question, and then another learner responds with a correct response, or even a wrong response, how do teachers react to that situation? That is something that we are trying to find out. So I've tried to just summarize the assessment tools that we came across in terms of evaluation that was conducted by NEC in partnership with UNICEF. So there are several assessment tools, and these assessment tools are in the competency assessment framework that was designed by NEC during the inception of the CBC at the lower level. So these tools, we had several of them. We had what we call the written test, the assessment rubric, the practical work, the portfolios, the observation schedules, the checklist, project work, rating scales, questionnaires. We had the journals and actuarial records, the KISRAT. So the KISRAT is a unique document that It's normally designed by the Ministry of Education, and it is designed to help the teachers to document the acquisition of competencies and skills at PP1 and PP2, so that teachers in grade 1 can be able to place that learner at that particular point. They can know what are the competencies that have been acquired by this particular learner as he transits or she transits to the lower primary, that is PP1. So we're just trying to find out, are teachers aware about these different methods? Because initially in the previous curriculum, there was only written test that was being administered. And students could write, and then the teachers mark and score and award the scores and so on. So we're trying to find out from these teachers, are they aware of various assessment tools that are available for them to be able to use in terms of implementation? So we realize that across, the mostly dominated tool is the written test that is still dominating in terms of the implementation of the CBA at 98%. That's overall, across all the schools, whether they are private, public, or even the refugee schools. Of course, the reason why the refugee schools were singled out, that this was a study that's being conducted by NEC in partnership with the UNICEF. And UNICEF people are more concerned about the refugees. How are they catered as far as education is concerned? That's why we brought them out separately, what you call the refugee schools. So realize that if you look at across, even the colors across from public schools, private schools, the special schools, that is the SNE schools, and even the refugee schools, you can see there were the tools that are above 90% that are being utilized by the teachers. We have the written test, the assessment rubric. Of course, the assessment rubric, some of them are developed by NEC. So the teachers can be able to adopt those ones and be able to use in terms of administration. Then the practical work also, NEC develops the practical work of the practical test. Then schools are given to be able to administer at the school level. We have the issues of the portfolio that still has a challenge, but we realize that most of them, because NEC requires teachers to help learners develop their own portfolio so that we can be able to assess, find out at this particular level, how are these learners performing? What are they doing at that particular level? Which kind of skills have they acquired? Which kind of competences have they acquired? And this portfolio should be an individual portfolio that describes who the learner is and the kind of skills or competences that this learner has acquired. Of course, the ones that were moderately used were like checklists, the project work still very low, and even rating scales, some of them are still very low. The issues of questionnaires are not, they are also still very, very low, being used in terms of administration. Then, especially now the ones that are extremely low, we have things like the journals, the anecdotal records. Some of them, even the teachers were not aware that we may be able to document or even develop journals that can be able to give us more information about the learner. And also this KISRAT tool that is very, very important, because it's a tool that is developed by the Ministry of Education and issued to schools, but not with NEC. NEC is not in charge of KISRAT. KISRAT is a tool that is developed by the Ministry of Education. It's like a report card that shows this learner has reached PP1, and the teacher is supposed to document what the learner has achieved for this learner to go to PP1 for the learner to go to grade 1. So it's like a transition report that transits learner from that is PP1, the PP1 to grade 1. So that's the tool that was rarely used by teachers in terms of assessment to find out which kind of skills have these learners acquired as they transit to grade 1. But this tool, of course, this evolution made them now to be aware that actually we have a tool called KISRAT that is very, very instrumental in terms of helping learners to progress to the grade 1 level. So notable in SNE schools show particularly high use of the rating scales and the anecdotal records. We know the special schools. So this one, they really try to document what the learners are doing at that particular level, at each level, from the foundation level to intermediate to pre-vocational level. They will want to document evidences to show how learners are transiting from one level to the next level. Refugee schools report the lowest adoption of KISRAT as compared to these other, like the public schools or the private schools. Strong reliance, of course, on the traditional tools, that is the test, the rubrics, the practical work still prevalent in most of the schools across the country. So we also looked at reporting documents used in the assessment. We have wanted to find out which kind of reports to teachers develop or are learners given when they transit to a next level or when they're closing a term or so on. So we know that the termly assessment reports and assessment mark sheets are almost universally accepted across board. In all the categories of schools, we have the end-term exam assessment that are developed, or even the one developed by NEC, administered to learners, and then teachers are able to score and award. So these ones are used, and then they come up with a sheet show that the progress of the learners in terms of performance or in terms of acquisition of skills. Then we also have the school year report and the learner progress report that have high adoption through slightly lower, especially in private and also public schools. Of course, these documents are in the competency assessment framework that the teachers are supposed to develop, document evidence that helps to follow up the learners. As they progress or they transit from one level to the next level, we need to have a document that shows which kind of skills have these learners have acquired and how can the other teacher be able to help when now they use that tool to be able to assess the competencies that these learners have developed. So we have the school year report, we have also the end-term report. When the learner comes home to the parent, it's supposed to submit the school term report. Of course, you have the end year also report. Then individualized education programs, very, very important, but was more prevalent in the special schools as compared to these other schools, the regular schools and so on, or even the private schools. The individualized program, individualized reports, very, very instrumental. Then Kenya School Readiness Assessment, that is the KISAT I've been talking about, at moderate uptake with public schools leading and also the SNE, but lowest in SNE. Means the SNE one, actually they're not using that tool to be able to assess learners to move to the next level. But of course, still even in public schools, the tool was also not well utilized in terms of transition these learners from PP1 to grade 1. Then the school-specific reports and the individualized report. The school-specific reports are generated from the summative, that is like the KIPSEA, that is at grade 6, or what we call maybe the KIPSEA, if we are talking about KIPSEA now, or we may have now the one for the senior school. CLARE is the alternative of the KIPSEA for the special schools that are now also used to show the competencies that these learners have acquired at this particular level. So there are also some items in the tools that were asking about the sources, because the council wanted to find out that there was a lot of noise about the materials that are supposed to be used for assessment. So what we want to find out that how do learners or how do teachers get these materials for assessment? Do they buy them? Are learners given by the parents, or the school provide these materials when it comes to assessment? So overall, in terms of from the teachers, we talked about 25.8% of learners get material directly, either from the teachers. Some of them teachers provide from the school. Like if, for example, is printing the assessment, it's the teacher that will have to organize in terms of printing on how the assessment is going to be done. So whether they source from a vendor outside or they print within the school, then that is how the assessment will be conducted. So in the refugee schools had the highest in terms of materials being sourced within the school environment. Of course, the private schools had, of course, the lowest at 20.6, then public at 26.7. Then in terms of parent involvement, 24.2% rely on parents or guardians to collect materials from the environment. Some learners get materials from home. They come with those materials to school to be able to do the project work or assessment that has been given by the teacher. Then 24.3% have parents purchase needed materials. These parents will purchase them and then give their children to be able to use in school. Then, of course, parental involvement or participation is very high in special schools as compared to the public schools and so on. Then self-collection was very high, 59.3%. Other materials just independent. Some learners just collect materials from the environment, whether from school or from at home, then they can use those materials for the assessment. Refugee learners report the highest self-collection at rate of 63.9%, showing strong resourcefulness. So it must, that's in terms of the refugees. There was also collaboration of parents in terms of the qualitative data that was collected. Like there was a parent from Kitui who said that there are some resources which are available at home, but they are not adequate for example, phones and even computers. These are the technological devices that were being asked to these parents. How do they provide materials that are being learners are supposed to use for assessment? And then we have learners discard assessment results. There was an item in the tools that was asking about whom do the learners discuss their results to. So we are looking at do these learners share with their parents, do they share with their siblings, do they share with their guardians, or they don't share the results? When they get assessment results, whom do they share the results with? So majority of the learners discuss the assessment results with the classmate at 57.6%, and the parents at 54.3%, while with the teachers at 51.4%. Like when a school closes down, we are finding out, when you go home with a report, an assessment report, whom do you share the results with? Or if you have, the teacher has given out an assessment, or has given out the feedback in terms of assignments or homework, whom are you going to discuss that homework with? So we realize that across board, most of them, whether they're private, public, or special schools, they share with their classmates first at 57.6%. Then 54.3% share with, these are learners who share with now their parents. We also have 51.4% they share with the teachers, and 20%, but also have highest rate where they don't share the results with anybody at 13.0%. Public school learners.
Excuse me, Mr. Kubai.
Yes.
You need to wrap up in the next 5 minutes because we have a presenter online who should be doing it by 9:30.
It's okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So in terms of acquisition of project materials, it stays the same, and so because of time I will rush over it. Then stakeholder support. We are also finding out in terms of the stakeholders, how are they supporting? Whether NEC, whether it's quality assurance officers, whether we have the QASO, and how do they support in terms of implementation of CBA. So the head teachers in the primary schools, that is 40%, refugee primary schools at 7.5%, together they were supported by parents compared to those in public schools at 1.3% and SNE at 12.5%. So mostly find that public schools, the head teachers were mentioned that those in private schools, they get more support from the parents as compared to those in public schools. Then also there was support from the curriculum support officers, those are the TSC officers, in terms of curriculum implementation, the sub-county director of education, and also NEC, then also the quality assurance officers in terms of the implementation. Of course, the percentages are there, but some are below 50% support they get in terms of implementation. Then I have, so those are the qualities in terms of the support, in terms of what parents are also saying, in terms of the implementation. So I may not go into those narrations because of time. So we also looked at factors hindering parents from taking up their roles in terms of CBA implementation, and there were several items on the tools that were being asked or rated by the teachers as well as the learners also. We have the age of the parents, we're looking at it, is it affecting? The literacy level of the parents, the financial status of the parent, inadequate information about CBA, or lack of interest. So financial status, actually, we had around, financial status, we had around the 10%, that's just overall, at 8.1% as a factor that most parents are feeling. Because of that, they may not be able to support their children in terms of CBA implementation. Because they're looking at some materials are required, and these materials they're supposed to buy them, so it becomes very difficult for them to support their children in terms of CBA implementation. But more than half, of course, more than half of the teachers across all categories of school reported that literacy levels among the parents hindered them from participating in the CBA implementation. So it means there is need to standardize the parents, and that's why you find right now We have the National Parents Association that are now working with the UNICEF in terms of sensitization about the implementation of CBC or CBE as well as CBA. So in summary, from this course of time, we have the assessment practices you have mentioned about, and we have also have the documentation in terms of learner progress, learner resources or the infrastructure in schools, parental and also community involvement in terms of the learners, and what to note is very key that assessments are school developed, they are actually developed weekly, and schools are still using the traditional way of assessing learners. Then hands-on activities promote real-life competencies that was coming out from this evaluation. Digital tools and infrastructure remain limited in most of the schools, restricting the acquisition of digital or what we call the digital skills that are very key in this 21st century. So there are still other issues like the documents of assessment or the tools for assessment like the PISRAC, the journals, the interviews, the interview schedules that are very still, they are not really used in terms of assessing learners' competencies. That they need more sensitization, the teachers need more retooling to be able to understand how can we be able to use these tools to be able to help learners acquire the relevant competencies and tools that are required for the 21st century. So, in actions, that is just a brief snapshot of this evaluation. It had 5 objectives, but I narrowed down to only this one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kubai. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Kubai. A very good presentation. We are very happy. Now, we are supposed to have an online presenter who was supposed to present at 9:30. We'd like to see if the online presenter, please Mr. Kubai, you can just have a seat for now. If you have any questions for Mr. Kubai, please pack them. Somewhere I have quite a number myself. And if we are able to get the online presenter, Madam, I'm just going to request kindly, because of the issues of time differences, then this is a person from another country, we'll see if he's able to join and then make a presentation now. I don't know whether you're able to raise him. Technicians on the other side is Professor.
Yes, I'm following.
Oh, great. That is Professor Kem. This is Professor Wesonga, who is here. But the presenter next should be Professor Kem Kumba from Partnerships African Academy of Science. So I don't know whether he's here with us online, Professor Kem. No. So if Professor Kem is not in, then we can do some questions for Mr. Kubai before we go to the other keynote speaker. Thank you. So, is there any questions for Mr. Kubai? And before we do that, the other chair has come, the co-chair, Dr. Paul Kala. Maybe you want to say good morning, and then we go.
Good morning, everybody. Please feel welcome to this session, and we are grateful that you are part of this session. Karibu sana. We'll catch up as we go on. Thank you, Professor Beatrice.
Thank you so much. So do you have any questions for the presenter who has talked about something very contemporary, the NEC and the tests that are there now? Anybody who has a question for Mr. Kubai? Okay, let me ask mine as maybe other people think about what they have. Now, the first question I have, and yeah, you could just come back and probably be able to give us answers. In the new testing, that teacher is very key in testing students as opposed to what we had in the old system. So we have the teacher being a great part of the test. Did you find out about any biases as a teacher? You know, when you are a teacher, you have your students, you have your favorites, and you are the one who's giving the test, and this test is going to be final. So I'm wondering if you were able to meet any bias amongst teachers, and probably was your study able to come up with, then what would we do in such cases? I'm curious about the schools you are referring to as refugee schools, because the refugee camps are numerous. So I'd like to find out which particular refugee schools were sampled, and can we treat refugee schools as homogeneous so that whatever findings you find in one can be assumed to be the same for the other? I'd like to find that out from you. And then you also mentioned about commercially sourced tests. I'd really like to find out what are they, who sells them, and who gives their commission for them to be sold, and how then do we cater for their, you know, what is standardization and usefulness for purpose. And then how then again do we see their authenticity? Are they fit for purpose? And those are just a few questions I could ask. Had it been tough, but this is what you might want to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, about this study. This was an evaluation study about the implementation of the competency-based assessment in the country. Those questions are valid and are very strong questions that we were also looking at during this evaluation that was taking place during the financial year of 2024-2025, as we look at how CBA is being evaluated or implemented in the country since the inception of CBC in 2017. Of course, the first question is about the teacher. The teacher is very, very important as far as implementation of CBE is concerned, and also the CBA, that is the competency-based assessment, is concerned. So we are looking at, you have raised a very pertinent question, how is the teacher? I think during the first inception, even as NEC, we were skeptical about the role of the teacher in terms of the kind of scores or even the values we receive in our portal. But we say it is high time that these teachers need to be able to assess the learners and give us scores, because with this kind of assessment, you are moving away from the teacher, from the learner, from where learners does only one assessment or one examination, and that exam helps to either plays a significant role in terms of placement, or in terms of transition, or in terms of finding out the competencies that this learner has acquired. So in CBC or CBE, there is a lot in terms of the measuring what the learner has done. Both the teacher needs to find, and even from our side, from NEC, we also need to find out what this learner has acquired across the board. Even the parent needs to find out, how is my child doing in school? What competence do this child has? Which kind of skill do this child have? So that we limit that aspect whereby you insist that this child of mine just needs to be a doctor, needs to be a nurse, needs to be a teacher, and yet the child wants to be a DJ. So you need as a parent to find out as fast as possible that this my child is actually he want to become this in this particular profession, so that you don't look at profession that you want to be yourself as a parent. No, leave the child to learn and nurture the skills. Now, in terms of the teacher, what we did was first to sensitize, of course, the teachers in terms of the CBA framework. We looked at the teachers across the country, and we grouped them in terms of when we developed the competency assessment framework. We took them through the assessment competency framework so that they can be able to understand what kind of tools do we have, what kind of tools do we expect them to use, how should they use. So, but we don't now insist that you must be using this particular tool. No, it is the teacher to find out which is the best tool to be able to use for particular assessment, especially in the classroom during instruction process. When I'm teaching, some may decide, let me use question and answer method. Some may decide, let me use approach. Let me give a group discussion. So long as you can see, you can be able to evaluate the kind of skills that these learners are acquiring. Of course, the issue of biasness, validity, reliability are still there. They are still key. Even the data we normally receive at NEC, we still have issues of reliability of the scores. And that is why we realize that in the country, we still maintain to control the KIPSEA and even the school-based assessment. We offer both the school-based assessment and the summative. If it is primary, it is called KIPSEA. If it is, for example, junior school, we call it KIPSEA. But in between, we have what we call the school-based assessment that are developed by NEC. They are standardized so that all the learners have access to those particular tools. So the only difference that comes in, for example, with the school-based assessment, the teachers will score and upload the scores on the NEC portal. But now, we also give the KIPSEA. The KIPSEA is different now. The KIPSEA is NEC that now will have to score. So we look at the correlation between what the teacher did and what NEC has done. Do they communicate the same about the learner's acquisition of competencies? Like even in KIPSEA, we look at, this is what the learner is doing in KIPSEA. School-based, this is how the teacher said the learner is doing. Because already the teachers uploaded the scores on the NEC portal. So during KIPSEA, which is now standardized and scored by examiners, of course, contracted by NEC, we find out, this teacher you say that is, the learner you say that is meeting expectation, where is he in KIPSEA right now? So we do comparison, we find out in terms of validity, in terms of reliability, of the scores you inputted in the portal, are they communicating? Do they correlate in terms of those aspects? Of course, we still have some issues, they are still there. There are still some issues, but up to now, most teachers, like in primary, most of them at least understand. They have now internalized the new system. Well, I know may still have challenge is probably from junior school, then now where we are heading there, to senior school. That's where we still have challenges. But the primary, majority of them, there is a small percentage, I know them. Of course, we cannot rule out those ones who normally give scores that are not authentic in the NEC portal. But we validate that with now what we give as summative now. Then you talked about the refugee in terms of sampling. As I mentioned earlier on, this was an evaluation study, and NEC was partnering with UNICEF. And UNICEF, they are more interested in these regions that we have schools in the refugee camps. They want to find out, are these learners in these refugee camps acquiring education, accessing education as any other child in the country? So they have more interest about those learners in refugee schools. So we looked at the refugee schools, and those ones we are looking at schools like in Kakuma, we go to Lodwar, we find out, especially Kakuma, we go to Dadaab, all the schools in those, of course we have the database of all the schools that can be called refugee schools. We have the entire database of the country. But now we subject them, we cannot do for all of them. We do what we call sampling. But we ensure that all those regions are well represented in our sample to be able to make informed decisions. So they were really included because it was a project that was being done by NEC in partnership with UNICEF. And they must look at, if you have brought the sample, is this sample representative? Because somebody may not invest his money in a sample that is not representative. They look at, what is your sample? If that sample is not representative, they tell you we are not investing our resources here. Because this project is not going to help us to make informed decisions. Because from this study, is when NEC even after that, we went there for retooling. We went to Kakuma for retooling, we went to Dadaab for retooling. It was after the recommendation of this project that now teachers need to be retooled. Those are some of the recommendations that were coming out from this particular evaluation. And still even right now, the parents now, like the National Parents Association, they are organizing sensitization programs now. They call the parents. They talk about CBC. They talk about CBA. Find out, to parents understand about what is happening to their children in schools. So those programs are now running, but through now the coordination of the National Parents Association. So what the National Parents Association does is that it links up with NEC, it links up with KICD, it links up with the ministry, get experts, specialist officers on board to come and train these parents or sensitize them. Now, in terms of test, because we are encouraging teachers to develop their own authentic test. That is what CBE is all about. A teacher should be able to come up with his own authentic test. An authentic test should be able to reflect the real life experience. If, for example, I used to teach mathematics, and we used to have issues like 1 + 1 is 2, so you just come. In CBE, say, if you are testing, you must give a real example. Talk about oranges, talk about animals, quantify those figures. Tell them so that the learner can be able to know. If I'm talking about 2 animals or 2 cows plus 2 cows, what do I get? 2 books plus another 2 books, what do I get? The aspect of memorizing, rote learning, where you talk about 2 times 2 is 4, that is where you're moving away from. And that's why you find some learners, or even parents, or even teachers complain that now the test is so wordy because we are now involving the quantification. If you're talking about a figure, relate this figure to what is happening in daily life to make it more authentic, so that the learner can be able to know what I'm saying in real life is what is being asked in a test. I don't need to cram the figures just to be able to give. Or if it's a question in a context, for example, it's in English, it's a passage. Give a passage that relates to the learner's experiences in life, what they are able to see. Or if it's related to a particular theme, also make sure that those items, like nowadays what we do, we incorporate in, we infuse in the competencies. If you set a question, make sure there is a particular competency you are testing also. Apart from the cognitive aspect of that particular question, there is a given competency that has also been embedded in the question. Like if you talk about a team of 10 students who are discussing a group, it depends, you're focusing about collaboration and also teamwork. But there's a question of cognitive, you want to bring it out. Apart from the team, the aspect of digital or the aspect of competency. So the commercially sourced item, what is to find out? How do teachers get this? And who gives them the permission, and so on. But realize that from the 844, most primary schools used to source tests from vendors outside. A head teacher or a principal, or the teacher in charge of examination or assessment looks for a printer, source printer. If it is in town here, who is printing, who can print for us the test for these learners, they print. And also, some teachers now come up, develop those tests, then they now sell the vendor. So the vendor is the one that distributes to schools. Like if you find if it is Meru here, the primary schools in Meru, they don't, if it is coming to Entertam, there is a specific vendor where? In town. All of us team up to buy from that particular vendor, so that all our assessments are coming from that particular vendor. But that was being done in 844, which now went to the CBE. So we are in the CBC, we are saying that we want to stop this kind of culture where a teacher should be able to come up with items. You are the one who have taught these learners. Can you develop assessment tools to be able to assess these learners? Find out which kind of competencies or skills have these learners have acquired. Because this commercially sourced tests, they are not reliable. They may not be authentic. They may not be measuring what you want to measure on that particular learner that you are actually assessing. So in terms of even standardization, some of them may not be standardized. So it may be a challenge about...
Please, Kubai, be brief. You know, we are working with time.
Thank you.
Please be brief.
Thank you very much. So I think I've tried as much as possible to respond to your questions, but I know there are still gray hairs in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we allow Kubai to leave, I have... and Kubai, please answer my questions very briefly. Number one, I want to congratulate you for having carried out an evaluation study, which is very rare in many of these research programs. And for the benefit of the students who are here, I want you to answer the question in a very simple way. Because in research, we have 5 chapters. But in evaluation, how many chapters do we have?
Thank you for that particular study. Now, this was a study that was of course, I've talked about, it also used mixed method research inside. So all the chapters that we have, around the 5 chapters were there in terms of that. But of course, the CIPP model was used to find out In terms of the context, the input, the process, the product, what the government has placed in terms of acquisition of skills, in terms of implementation of CP, are we getting anything out of it? Do we have anything that we can say? This is what is happening in terms of implementation. So the chapters are still, like in this case, we had 5 chapters.
I think it's important for us to realize that in research we have 5 chapters, but in evaluation studies the chapters should be 6, because we must focus the evaluation, and the focus for your evaluation is supposed to be Stafford Beam's CIPP. I hope you have already told them what CIPP stands for, which is content, input, process, and product. This is very important. Number 2, I just wanted, in your next evaluation, it would be important for you to focus on which evaluation tools that these teachers are using. Which CPA tools are they using? And are those CPA tools appropriately used? Because I know you took the teachers through this training, and there are very many CPA tools that they are supposed to use, whether it is an observation schedule, whether it is an anecdote record, whether it is profiling, all those that are supposed to be used. And then it is also important for you to find out what challenges do teachers experience in using these tools. Because I know NEC has given teachers, the retooling has been done. But as much as the retooling has been done, you see, you already mentioned a very gray area where teachers go to commercial test developers to buy tests. And essentially, they are not supposed to do that, because the teachers are supposed to be developing their own CPA tools, administer their own CPA tools, and get the result from those CPA tools. That is going to be very important. And it simply means we are back to 844. And unless we are going to be very careful, we will be back to the 844. And the competencies that we are supposed to develop through our CPA will end up not being developed if we will go back to the road scale. So in your next evaluation, it's very important that these factors are considered. And how much have the teachers been prepared for using these CPA tools, not only for cognitive development, but also for skills and attitude development. The 3 S's of the learning outcomes. Thank you very much, and I believe we need to give him another round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those input. I think that will be considered in the evaluation of junior school now. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kubai. That was pretty insightful and quite relevant to what we have now, and quite informative. If you're in this room and you haven't known much about, the new, not so new education system that we are having now, then you probably have learned something, and we like things like that, and thank you very much for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I welcome a keynote speaker, if you are here and you are a presenter, please reach us on the table so we know you are here, so that we can slot you, because as we said earlier, there's been a disruption because of the day that it is today, so we need to rearrange the program a bit. So if you're here, you just alert us you're here, and we will see where to slot you in the program. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for a keynote speaker, Madam Esther Moi. Let us give her a round of applause until she reaches the podium. Welcome, Madam. As a keynote speaker and a guest speaker, Madam has 30 minutes of presentation. I'm giving her a few of those to introduce herself properly, tell us the organization. I can see the abbreviation. Many of us are probably not aware. Welcome very much, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Beatrice. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I know it's a chilly morning and still processing on the disruption. Allow me to first acknowledge, before I introduce myself. Of course, I acknowledge the VC and the entire leadership of the university for allowing us to be here, especially those of us who are not necessarily in the academics. We are in the private sector, and I'll be introducing our organization very soon. So my name is Esther Moi. I'm the CEO, ECLOF Kenya. ECLOF is a microfinance institution. We were established many years ago. We are about 31 years in the country. We are part of a global network that has other institutions around the world. But in Kenya, we have 36 branches or offices. And for those who are not familiar with microfinance, I think it's fair for me to just give a background of what we do. We work with small business traders. Currently, ECLOF Kenya has 47,000 clients spread in those geographic areas that I mentioned. And we specifically work with small business traders and smallholder farmers. We have a branch here in Meru, and our work primarily is to provide one, financial education, which now forms our conversation today as to how do we graduate from formal education to financial education. What is the intersection, and what can institutions like must be able to provide? So we provide financial education, but also we provide small loans, I would say small ticket loan sizes, to small business traders and smallholder farmers. And it's very specific for microfinance because we are looking at how do we allow these small business traders to be able to set up their businesses and transform them from hobbies to actual businesses that can support their livelihood. And of course, we work with farmers as well. Here in Meru, for example, we have many clients who are mainly farmers, and they are smallholder farmers. So these are small entrepreneurs, small businesses that come, they form together, they come together mostly in groups, and then we are able to serve them and provide financial education and financial products like loans, and the like, including microinsurance. So today, I want to speak briefly, and to the conversation we have a theme that is of passion to me. The theme is the future of business, and this specific discussion is centered around business. And of course, the key themes that we are looking at is the digital economies, sustainable entrepreneurship, and global markets. So how do our organizations like ourselves inform this conversation? And why is it relevant today? I mean, if there were students in the room, why would it be relevant to them? For us as ECLOF Kenya, where I sit as a CEO, having been working in this industry or sector for the last 22 years, starting off as a credit officer. Credit officer basically is a person who goes to the small business person at the loan officer level, interacts with that small business, does the financial education, and then later is able to provide the loan. I have been able to see that journey, the entire client journey, from the time they join the organization to the time they take a loan. And we have amazing success stories of how somebody can start a small business and be transformed. But how does that conversation shape learning? And how should that influence learning institutions like this great institution? And what should we prioritize? Getting insights from practitioners like ourselves. Because for us, we are in the space where we are interacting with the business people on a daily basis. We're interacting with the smallholder farmers on a daily basis. How can those insights practically, and I wanted to focus my talk today on practical insights that can inform learning and can change the way we approach business and even where we see business moving forward. So I'll only talk about 3 things because our time is a little constrained, but in context, I would want us to discuss, and this is a conversation, I wish we had time for some form of interaction, but we're saying why or how is the business landscape changing? Because the business landscape over the years has been changing, and it's been changing drastically. And how can the sector of microfinance give insights as to how the trend will continue and the disruptions, and we can talk about disruption. How can our sector be able to inform? Because our sector is important because it's dealing with the person at the grassroots, the person who is taking that small business loan and the smallholder farmer. How can that, our kind of organization, influence the way the business landscape is changing? And it's changing very fast. So today, if I would ask, how many people have gone to their bank where you have an account this week? Anybody who has gone to a banking hall? I don't see any hand raised. But how many of us have transacted via M-Pesa this week? Everybody. So, I mean, that is a question that is representative of how business can change. Long time ago, it was very prestigious to walk into a bank, and having worked in a financial space, we would pride ourselves with how beautiful the banking halls would look like. You know, when you get into even the ambience of the banking hall is impressive. And a lot of messaging was concentrated around how pleasant the banking hall space looks like. But today, nobody really cares about that. And that is similar to how our sector has evolved. A couple of years back, I can tell you, we used to have our clients apply for their loans, and we had a loan form with over 10 attachments. I'm looking at the speaker holding the program there. Yourself, you just spoken so well. And our loan form would be that big as a program, with several other attachments to it. But today, our client does not have the interest or the time to fill that application form. So we have moved our business, institutions and client preferences have moved from manual things to now saying, can you provide this service without having to make me fill those forms that you want me to fill, but still be able to do good business with me? So that is just one example. Another example is checks. Who has signed a check last week? Your own personal check, if you have your checkbook, you know. And we used to keep those checkbooks, and we considered them very important for us. When you unleash that checkbook somewhere, and you are in a meeting, everyone sees you with your long signature signing that check, you'd feel very nice. But who has signed a check in the last 1 or 2 weeks or 2 months? To be honest, most of us. Personal checks, we don't even have those checks anymore. So myself as a loan officer, because I would go delivering those checks to the clients in a group meeting, I would carry those check leaves with such care, because I cannot afford that check leaf to get lost, so that I'm able to dispatch that check and have my client sign against it. Today, any microfinance or banking institution that still issues checks to clients is totally out of this world. Not in this country, I can assure you. So we have moved from, business has been disrupted to the point that a couple of years back, and maybe not too many, we were the people who carried the money, actual cash money to disburse. It moved to checks. Today, everybody is talking about mobile money. Over 70, 80, 90% of our disbursements are done via M-Pesa. So all the borrowings, all the repayments are done through mobile money. So the business landscape is changing. What is informing that change? Which is relevant, and which now the education system should have, embedded. It's the client needs and preferences that are shifting, and they're not shifting in Kenya, they are shifting globally. So I had a very good interactions with one of the keynote speakers yesterday, and he was saying, Africa will shape the next way business is being done, but we must be able to acknowledge that we have a global space, and we can drive that global space. We have driven M-Pesa to many countries because it started here in Kenya. How do we shape it? So client needs and preferences remain to be the core. Anybody who wants to do business must be able to look at what are the clients saying. In our sector, we have noticed clients universally are looking for about 3 things: convenience, simplicity, and relationship. So I'm here to trigger conversation from a business point. How convenient is business going to be moving forward? Because that's consistently what the client is saying. And number two, how simple, simplicity without compromising on your core values and things like that. How simple can we make business solutions? And finally, how do we differentiate ourselves through relationship? I can tell you with the wake of AI, you know, right now we can be here and we can superimpose a photo and put this arena to be full. You realize that? And we'll just use AI. It's going to be very hard to determine who was actually in the room unless you're here in the room. You agree with me? So if we wanted to do, and I'm with my team here, if we wanted to do a campaign and show that the arena was full, using AI tools, you can be able to create that. So what will differentiate learners when they go to the marketplace? It is relationship, for example. How do you show up? How do you connect? How do you influence change? How do you showcase your values? Because what is real and imaginary is going to be something that we debate about very seriously. So business is shifting, client needs and preferences. If I was to summarize it in the interest of time, we'll start to determine the next course of the way we approach business. Number two conversation is around digitization and globalization. Again, I will give the context relating to our sector. Now we are doing what we call loan origination digitally. If you come to ECLO of Kenya today and you want to take a loan, we have the systems and tools that allow you to apply for that loan digitally, receive the loan digitally, repay it digitally. That shift was triggered by clients' needs and preferences, but also it was shifted by situations, COVID being one of them. During the pandemic, any institution that had not adapted to some form of this digitization in the financial space was totally disrupted. So one of the challenges I want to say is we might want to fight the technology, we might want to fight digitization, and many of us are not fighting it anyway, but it has totally disrupted the way we do things. So we can be able to do loan origination, for example, do credit scoring. Credit scoring meaning is, in simple words, it means if today I had an interaction with you and wanted to know how much loan you would qualify, I would only need to ask for you for one document, and you do not even have to print it. You would just send it, through certain tools, and we can do a quick analysis and determine what is the level of credit worthiness that you have. So things are moving, and they are moving based on trust. But one of the key things that we want to keep reminding ourselves is, and this can inform learning and learning institutions, what is the quality of data that we have? Chair, co-chair, please don't ask me about that acronym that you just asked him. I will not remember it. Or all your tools of evaluation. I'm not an academician. But data remains to be gold. Data remains to be gold. To what extent are we assured of the quality of data we have, even in the education space? Because that will inform behavior, it will inform trends, it will shape conversations, and it will inform the focus of where we should be. So for us, when it comes to evaluations, because we are evaluating, what does that micro smallholder farmer need? What data sets are important to help us make a decision, but still make sure that our service is friendly, simple, with very strong relationship? So I would say for us, the VUCA environment that we are in requires very solid data. So it's not technology for the sake of technology. Tools are there, but are we ascertained that we have the right quality data? And so those are some of the solutions that through the education system we can try to provide solutions for. Now, questions on sustainability become very key. Sustainability in this sense, I want to share my own personal experience on how, as a young person, I began a business when I was in college. And I like to tell this story because when I come to the university, I have memories. When I was about 21 years ago, it was the first time I started a business. So my business was to sell samosas. And I've told my colleagues not to call me Mama Samosa. But the way it was is I would carry a bucket, a red bucket to school, and I would hawk the samosas around. And then I had very good sales, very good experience. Then one day, something interesting happened. A person who was slightly more senior to me asked me a question. Remember, I'm age 21, I'm already in school, and they asked me, how many samosas do you need to sell every day to break even? And I paused, I froze. This is a basic business question. How many samosas must you sell every day to break even? I have no idea. In fact, I had only heard the word break even in my unit of accounting, and it had not even registered what that actually means. So it hit me. It's possible to go through an education system end-to-end and even pass, but when you come to it practically, things are totally different. In that very moment, it hit me, the word break-even. Remember, I was age 21. That question has shaped my journey to where I am today as a CEO, because somebody triggered an academic question to a practical situation. I must say, as a challenge, for education to be able to make the impact it should, it must also be connected to the practical aspects of it. So I paused, and we calculated it together. We put all the unit costs, all the costs related to producing one samosa. And I finally got an answer on how many samosas must I sell to be able to break even. Because for me, it was very simple. Would make the samosas, sell, and it would finance my fare, and that was it. But I finally connected education and real practice in business. My challenge, because at age 21, I began business very late. Now younger people, our children are starting to do some things at a much younger rate. But who is teaching them the key aspects of business from an education point, but also exposing them? So business now, when I talk about sustainability, what I mean is, it's shifting from just transaction, it is going to impact. And asking questions like, how are we going to guarantee that a young entrepreneur does not start a business today? And because they had no education on risk management, something happens, either it's climate change, and it totally destroys their business, and they now do not know what to do because they were not taught from a teaching point what is risk management and how can you manage that. So we have to shift our conversations from just business to businesses that are sustainable, and look at what can disrupt and whether it's government policy, whether it's regulation, whether it's climate, what are those things that could cause a business not to be unsustainable. So that's a conversation for another day, but it forms something key. Finally, in the interest of time, and this is my area of passion, and it connects very well, that intersection with education, is what skills and leadership qualities will be needed as businesses transition. As we get disruptions, what can I leave back if I was to give back after those over 22 years of being in the private sector primarily? What are the key skills? What are the leadership qualities that will define our future success? For me, in summary, I like, when it comes to skill, I like what our presenter was talking about, the CBC and the core competencies. I repeat this sometimes to my team until I sound like a broken record. One of the things that must be taught, and taught not just at the CBC level, is critical thinking. With the disruption that is happening, if we cannot have individuals who are critically thinking, then we are not going to be able to cope up with what is happening in the market as things change. So skills, in summary, I would say critical thinking. I would say, how do you adapt? The element of adapting, how fast can you adapt? And then we must teach ourselves how to become self-taught. Because whatever we have gone through the education system is just not enough. So skills that can continue to improve our learning, even beyond the formal education, will be very key. Now let me talk about messaging, listening to the voice of the client as a quality or a skill that is needed. I like to give practical examples. When we were going around with my team, and I'll just use this as an example. There were 2 billboards that stuck with me. The first billboard that stuck with me, it's just advertising messaging. I saw Blue Band, and I don't know whether you have seen that the billboard showing the Blue Band with a scoop, and then the scoop is Blue Band and it's written omega-3 and omega-6. Have you seen it? Maybe I'm the only one who noticed. When you go around now, because I think there's one in Meru or something, you will see a billboard. Yes, I think somebody has seen it. Can you imagine Blue Band, margarine, and the focus is omega-3 and omega-6. For me, I was clear, because the messaging there is saying, let us tell them that this is not an unhealthy product. But anyway, we can debate here in the room whether margarine is healthy or not. But the messaging they want to keep forming in your mind is that, you know what? Keep spreading the bread with margarine. In fact, interestingly, there was a bowl of githeri there, and then next to it is the margarine. So they're saying, combine your margarine with githeri, and you have omega-3 and omega-6. Debatable. Your guess is as good as mine, how healthy that is. But it's the voice of the client that they're listening to. The client progressively is saying, we want healthier products. So the quality to communicate your message clearly until it is understood by your audience becomes a differentiator greater than AI. Because you have to imagine it first. What does your client want and how do you communicate it? Another example that my colleague talked to me about is the Royco scenario. For when we were growing up, we associated Royco with stew, meat stew, you know, that's how we associated it. But if you look at the communication today, Royco is combined with Sukuma Wiki. What does that tell you? The people producing Royco today are saying, you don't have to buy meat. You know, if you don't afford meat, it's okay. But I know you can eat Sukuma Wiki on a daily basis. And now, Royco becomes a must-have. Because you're eating Sukuma Wiki every day, then you must have Royco every day. That is special skill. The ability to imagine what the client is saying, and you curate conversation and you curate solutions around what they need, will become a great differentiator. How I wish we can teach our students that, our children that, we will be able to have a generation that takes a critical stage. Finally, as I close, facts will matter, and we cannot ignore the facts. I think we have also gotten into a generation where our children, our younger folk, they might not want to relate with facts head on. I think it is okay to expose our generation to the reality of the fact and let that fact be able to be, produced. I think the education system presents facts very well, analytically, but conversationally, how do those facts come? From a research study, it's clear. There's empirical evidence of 1, 2, 3. But relationally, how do we analyze those facts so that we can help to make decisions? But also, people matter. So, people matter so much, and how we engage people also really changes the way things work. If you're going to succeed in business, how you engage real-life people also matters. So my part in short is this, because I can see the chairs almost hinting that my time is over. My part in short is this: technical skills will matter, will always matter. That's what we go through in an education system. But I dare say, increasingly, human skills will differentiate people. I wanted to pause there. Human skills will differentiate people. So yes, let's build our institutions to be sound technically. Let's build our people to be very sound technically. But for us to rise in this generation that things are moving very fast, it is the human skills that will differentiate. When you enter a room, everybody has done their presentation using AI or some kind of help, you know. But how you connect, how you influence conversation, how you come out authentic, how you relate to the real human being, those skills will be the key differentiators. If we form these skills from young minds early, so that they are not hooked to digital solutions without connection, then we will change their lives and we will have greater impact in Africa. Thank you very much for the opportunity. God bless you.
Let's have a better clap for our guest speaker. Thank you very, very much, Madam Esther, for your very insightful presentation. I'd like to invite any questions or even comments. You know, you don't have to have a question. If you have a comment for the presenter, you're welcome to make your comment or ask your question.
Yes, I'm Dr. Tias. Mine is not a question. I appreciate the speaker. I've really connected with your presentation. Actually, the one that has touched me is messaging. You know, my COD, who is the chair of the professor, normally reminds us about the messaging. And it has hit me that you might have a nice product, but until you succeed in messaging, you fail. So I appreciate you for the presentation. Actually, I've liked it, and the presentation also was not that abstract thing, which is common in academics, but it was very practical. I just felt that I should say so. Thank you.
My name is Lawrence. I also like to appreciate the speaker, and especially on the issue of human skills. I find that in the current generation we are in, it is very likely to major so much on the technical skills. And that's why we even have those technical institutions, most of them. We even train people plumbing skills. But when they come out here again, they are unable to market themselves, probably because they lack the human skill aspect that must drive them from inside to pursue now the technical skills that they have achieved. I find that statement very relevant. I was also interested in learning after selling samosa, probably what next you sold up to the time you became the CEO. And I'm now almost believing that my sister somewhere was also selling chicken, two of them, and three is the end of it. One of our prominent leaders in this country was at some point selling chicken, and today is the head of state, probably. I was really interested in learning how, after selling samosa, how we just grow. Because actually it's a very inspiring story. So CEO, next time, tell us the whole story. Thank you so much.
I am not going to ask you any technical question. Please don't get worried. Madam Esther, I want to be very grateful for that presentation. I'm going to say, it's like you carried out the presentation. Do I say you challenged me, or you were like giving part of my story, which was, and I have two very important things to say on this. Number one, what key touched me was breaking even. Because I think most of the businesses in this country is suffering because they do not even know whether they are breaking even. And number two, I think most of our businesses also suffer because when I carry out business, I do not quantify the cost of my labor. Because I'm supposed to quantify the cost of my labor. You are running around with those samosas. Leave the cost of the samosas and the cost of production. There is your own personal cost of walking around. How much did you pay yourself? And for you to break even, your cost must also be added. So that at the end of the day, we need to find out. And I think that is the tragedy of most of our businesses, because we do not include the cost of my labor. It's like my labor is a pro bono, when essentially my labor should have been paid. And I think that is the tragedy. And I want to be very grateful for your presentation. And I'm only adding the fact that when we want to break even, please let us add our own personal labor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO, for that insightful presentation. It's quite unfortunate because today we do not have students, very many of them, but I'm a student also, and I'm a teacher somewhere at a university. I'd like to take this opportunity, maybe after my presentation, if you still be around, I'd like to invite you to talk to our students. Because we have talked about the issue of sustainability, the way you're talking about the issue of whereby you can have skills and everybody can be able to use AI. But if you do not have the human skills, then it's all in vain. You are supposed to be able to differentiate yourself. When we talk about sustainability, I'm seeing so many things because my topic, which I will talk maybe later, it is becoming more clear in my mind that we need to move. We should not be stuck in the old ways of doing the checks, the old ways of feeding things. For example, I don't want to talk about this place because I'm about to present, but I want to talk about Kenyatta National Hospital. I went to Kenyatta National Hospital yesterday to donate blood. Do you know when you are taken to that room, you're just taken to a simple place whereby you scan something, then the whole file comes in, and you fill all your details, then it is sent to the computer. Very easy. And today we are saying you cannot present online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now that people are talking about their experiences, you've been asked a question to say after the samosa. I'd like to add to the story. I have been a hawker of juice, of crisps. God, I can't name what I have not sold is what can be named. and when you said Mama Samosa, up to today I have people who call me Mama Juice and have never realized that really, even when I was Mama Juice, I was not just Mama Juice. So that's a story for another day. But thank you very much for that. But I'd like to find out, you've talked about quality of data and how important it is. But then now the question comes to, because or in spite of the presence of AI, how then can we even evaluate the quality of data? Because like the example you gave, that we can fill up this room if we want with AI. And you know that's data. Because then if somebody asks, how many people are present for the conference? There's the reality, and then there's the AI. And now that brings to the question of which data can be relied upon in this, in this era of AI. And that's probably something we need to talk about, because cases are falling apart in the courtroom. Because I can insult you and you can actually videotape me insulting you. I can go to that court and with my hard eyes say that was AI. And you cannot be able to prove first of all, success of a business, but also in, advertising of business, and in the type of business. Because right now we have businesses, and if we take business to mean a venture that people earn money from, maybe as Professor Beatrice, I have a Facebook page that pays me just for talking, just for saying, hey, I used to sell, I used to sell juice in the market, and you should see the following I have. I have a really big following, but mine is small time. We have people who are cooking things that cannot even be cooked. Unakoroga rogorogo, ukishakoroga rogorogo, and with big following and with big money. So then, how are we packaging this to the people that are engaging in business, so that we can say, we can teach you to streamline this like this. We can teach you to take advantage of what you know as a human being, so that it can create you money. I don't know whether you have maybe answers to that. I don't know. It's something that it's a discussion we can have.
Yeah, thanks for Professor Beatrice, and thank you for all the comments. And yes, I would really be honored to come and speak to the students. On data, my position is simple. AI is an enabler, like any other technology. I see the benefits that we get to discount the negative, if you ask me. Sometimes it's very difficult, because if you concentrate on the negative aspects of the impact of AI, the debate becomes, should we then hinder the progression of AI? For me, if I sum up my life in the last 3 years or 4, since I started using AI tools, and the level of brainstorm, critical thinking, input, growth that I have attained from AI, I would say I am willing to live with the bad consequences of, that's my position. So it will, Dr. Beatrice, it will get worse. I cannot say it will get better. It will get worse. In fact, I call him my baby brother. My younger brother is a comp science of Egerton, very, very good. But really, I asked him that question because he has been in computer science, and he's very advanced in AI. I told him, what is the solution now with cybercrime? And you know what he told me? People are going to be viewing AI fake videos. They know it is a fake video, so they know it is a crime. They are aware, cognitively aware it is not true, but they are still watching it. What does that mean? Even if you label the video AI generated, you still have an audience. Can you imagine how crazy that is? That you still have an audience. Even if of course the regulations can require us that if you generate that and put everyone in the room, you can even say AI generated. But guess what? People will still view and like. So how do you argue with that? We fill the room, and then you post it, and you say AI generated, and you have a mass following liking what we already know is fake. So the deeper thing here is, how authentic are you going to keep refining your message to differentiate yourself? Because by and by, I'll be able to know openly, this is AI, this is the truth. So if your message is authentic and strong, and it's truthful, then you will have the right kind of content. On data, I would say for me is, social media will continue to play a critical role to transform young people, to transform the way we do our business. For me, what I would say, we must be able to use social media to our advantage. The good people seated here who have a strong message that is right, the more it is out there and the more we use it to impact, the better. I think for me, how I would say, we need education. I like Professor Beatrice's story that she's already commercialized her message in a way that it can make money. How many of us have a strong message? I dare say, I may even have a message, but which tools am I using? If I am not using any social media, then my message is only being heard by very few people. But how do we then package it? Because it's a question of packaging. How do we package it so that it still continues to have impact? So I'm all for social media, but then the message has to be totally authentic for it to have the right impact. I have many thoughts around that. I'm a marketing background, so I can still speak around social media and its impact, but for me, it's authenticity will differentiate. Because today, there's a lot of fake news, but it's because people are just looking at making some little money. But if we can be authentic in our message, we have a large audience, and we deserve to be heard. Thank you. But I think, Dr. B, in my view, you have better insights than I do on the subject. Thank you.
Okay, let's again have one last round of applause for our keynote speaker. And thank you very much, Madam Esther, for the beautiful presentation. And, you know, very, very authentic, and we really appreciate it. Now, at this juncture in time, I'm told our tea is ready. So we will take a break for tea. And this is how we are going to do that. If you are a rapporteur, a chair, a guest speaker, the place for taking tea is behind this building. There's tents there, so you're welcome to that tent. If you're a presenter, ECA 09 and ECA 09, which side is this now? This is left or right? Whatever it is. I'm very poor at that. This is my left, the extreme left. The rooms are very well labeled, so you'll find ECA 09 for presenters. For the audience, we are also giving tea in ECA 05. So ECA 05 and ECA 09 are on the same floor. So welcome to tea. Please, let's just take up to exactly 11 and be back here at 11 because we have a guest speaker, Professor Mildred Boveda, who is going to come online, and we'd really like to listen to what she has to say. So welcome to tea, and please let's convene back here. If possible, a few minutes to 11.
so much, Professor. I will utilize those 15 minutes very effectively. My name is Lawrence Mutweri Buroki, and I am a student at Chuka University. First, I want to appreciate Meru University of Science and Technology for organizing this auspicious event for us to share knowledge, and especially the administrators of this event for making it very favorable for all of us. My study is based on the quality assurance in transformative education, looking at the science, technology, engineering and mathematics, pedagogy, policy and lifelong learning in a digital age for a resilient and sustainable global future. The question we are asking ourselves this mid-morning is, when you look at the unrest in our schools, because now it's an era where unrest has been one of the most characterizing our institutions. What is the problem? What is the role of quality assurance? Who is failing us in our institutions? Basic Education Act number 14 of 2013, section 64 through 66, provides for the quality assurance and standard officers. There is a clause there that outlines its formation through its functions, where among the functions of the quality assurance is assessment of our institutions, assessment of our institutions, obtaining information from our school administrators, including advising the ministry and the Teachers Service Commission on what is required to make our institutions better than they are. Then the question comes in, why unrest? Who could be the problem? And therefore this study comes in to help us evaluate the role of quality assurance in transformative education. What is their core business? Quality assurance involves systematic monitoring, evaluation, and continuous improvement to ensure education meets required standards. In developed countries like Finland, Singapore, and Canada, they have got very strong quality assurance systems, digital learning and competency-based curriculum, and this has been shaping their educational outcomes. In Africa, the quality assurance systems support technological integration and transformative learning, although inadequate infrastructure and equal access and limited teacher capacity, including compliance-based systems, remain a major challenge. In Kenya, specifically, and other Eastern African countries have introduced the quality assurance framework, like I said, in the Basic Education Act of 2013, focusing on accreditation, digital literacy, STEM education, teacher development, and competency-based assessment. Effective implementation, again, improves learner retention, achievement, employability, innovation, and preparedness for all social, technological, and environmental challenges. On the problem statement, ideally, quality assurance is expected to align curricula, pedagogy, assessment, and institutional goals to support transformative education that build critical thinking, like CEO Esther said, problem solving, digital literacy, and lifelong learning, especially in the climate-sensitive and resource-constrained hustle regions. That is ideally what the quality assurance systems should seek to achieve. However, in practice, quality assurance systems in many other areas remain compliance-focused and poorly implemented due to limited teacher preparedness, weak infrastructure, rigid curricula, and other such kind challenges. When I talk about compliance-focused, is where the quality assurance enters into a school, talks to the school administrator, and just leaves. when their roles includes even going to the classroom, assessing even the learner arrangement in our class, going to the dormitory, and it is very sad that I think 3 weeks ago a school caught fire. Surprisingly, one of the doors was even closed permanently, making it very impossible for the student to escape. And when I was in school, professor, I remember even our dormitories, I have never seen our dormitory closed. Sometimes we'd wake up even to find some dogs around or pigs inside the dormitory, and it was our business to chase them away. We could even complain only to realize in the current generation that it was also a security measure for us then. A dormitory is closed. Quality assurance have been visiting the school. They have never realized that there is a dormitory with a closed door, a door which is not opening outwards, with windows that cannot allow escape in an event of an emergency, showing that quality assurance and standard officers follow compliance-based focused assessment. If the principal says that the school is okay, they document it and go. The assessment must go beyond the administrator's information to the classroom, to the learners, and to overall institution. That is what we have in practice as opposed to what we should be having in the ideal practice. Therefore, there is such a gap. There is a clear disconnect between quality assurance policies and local realities, with limited integration of indigenous knowledge and adaptive STEM/digital pedagogy, creating a need to explore how quality assurance can be restructured to improve relevance, resilience, and learning outcomes in ASOL areas. The objectives of this study, I would request that they be adopted as they are for the purposes of time, with the main objective being to examine how the quality assurance frameworks can be adapted to enhance transformative STEM education, lifelong learning, and learner resilience in digital and resource-constrained contexts, with focus on the ASAL areas. That one being the main objective of this study. The others can be adopted later for the interest of time. And on the literature review, we are saying that transformative education promotes critical thinking. When we talk about critical thinking, it's more of the human skills that the CEO talked on, so that the technical skills we get around the trainings, we now transform them in now the realities of this world. It is very unfortunate, Professor, that young people are getting married today. The following day they are hanging themselves because the aspect of the human skills is not in them. They want a very smooth curved life, which is not experienced. You have heard even the professor here once sold juices. Today she's a professor, I think contributing to the whole world on academics, meaning the life has not been smooth. The CEO talked about selling samosas. I am also thinking about going to sell chapatis, showing that this life has never been a smooth curve. Therefore, the critical thinking aspect is very key. Practical skills and problem solving to help learners address the real world challenges, especially in a ASAL context, facing environmental and socio-economic pressure. And the study has been done by the scholars, who can also be able to see there. Quality assurance systems are also designed to improve relevance and effectiveness in education, but many remain overly focused on academic performance at the expense of broader competencies like creativity, resilience, and environmental literacy. This quality assurance also should now go beyond the performance aspect of grades. It should be an holistic kind of assessment. I might not be able to score an A grade, but again I might be helped with that little grade that I was able to score. It should be not only performance based on terms of grade, but the holistic development of an individual. The study adopted a qualitative systematic review, analyzing peer-reviewed literature and case studies relevant to the quality assurance and transformative STEM education, and on the findings that globally and in Kenya, quality assurance systems remain largely compliance-oriented, with limited integration of transformative learning, innovation, and sustainability competencies. Only a small portion of quality assurance frameworks fully support transformative practices. Also, most of the quality assurance mechanisms in curriculum design, teaching, and assessment are only partially aligned with transformative goals, with significant proportions of institutions showing weak or no alignment, limiting innovation and critical thinking development. Only a minority of teachers in Kenya's competency-based education system are adequately trained, while many lack digital resources and institutional support, reducing the effectiveness of quality assurance implementation and classroom transformation. You will hear teachers complaining of the new model of education. But again, the ministry will be pushing them so hard to go and implement that which they have little knowledge on. Again, showing on the implications of how quality assurance and the standard officers might have their duties not being done to the expectation. Even in regions with stronger quality assurance systems, such as South Africa, challenges like infrastructure deficits, high student-teacher ratios, and limited professional development still constrain effective implementation and transformative education. Institutions using blended and digital learning models in STEM reports improved learner performance, increased competency acquisition, and high student satisfaction, demonstrating the value of technology enhanced quality assurance. Technology is very key in this era that we are in. I think those who were able to listen when the CEO was presenting, we were able to learn that we are in an era whereby technology is carrying everything, but again, it must be transformed to a practical life. On conclusion of this, transformative STEM education requires quality assurance systems that go beyond compliance and standardized testing to become formative, adaptive, and context-sensitive, thereby supporting innovation, critical thinking, and sustainability in teaching and learning. Quality assurance should function as a developmental mechanism that promotes curriculum reform, equitable access to technology, and continuous feedback systems, ensuring that education systems are resilient, inclusive, and aligned with the real world and sustainability challenges. Therefore, the question again I want us to have, the discussion around having bonding institutions of learning should be a key discussion in this era. Do we really need them? Do we really need structured institutions like national schools, county schools, extra schools? Why do we have this why are they stratified in those categories? Why should the ministry not standardize the education institutions so well that if you have to go to Alliance, you are going there for convenience, not because it offers extra support that cannot be accessed to your villages. This discussion, Professor, is very key in this era because until this is addressed, quality assurance sector will not do their work to the expectation, unrest will continue, and therefore it is a high time that we need to have this discussion of asking, why do we really have strong emphasis on national schools? What is it in national schools that cannot be done in a county school? What is it that cannot be done in a day school? That we can have a standardized form of education with access to learning materials so that this issue of stratifying schools into various categories can only be a form of accessibility and not offering more than the other schools are offering. And this is the only thing that can be able to cure the unrest in our schools and again offer quality assurance and the standard officers a chance to do the required by the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence, for that presentation on the quality assurance. And the theme was quality assurance in transformative education, STEM pedagogy, policy and lifelong learning in a digital age for resilient and sustainable global future. Thank you, Lawrence. If there is any question, if there is any contribution, if there is any remark, please, plenary, you are free. Do we have somebody with the mic who can pass the mic, please? Pass to Kubai.
Thank you very much, Lawrence, for that wonderful presentation about the role of the quality assurance. I don't know, from your research perspective, do you think as a country the quality assurance are doing the work, or what needs to be done in the Ministry of Education to ensure that these quality assurance officers perform their duties as expected?
Any other observation before we allow? I want to take two questions so that Lawrence can answer two.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. It's a commendable area of study. So my question is about the quality assurance. There is the level of the officers that go to schools, and mostly the sub-county level ones. Then they are answerable to the higher level at the county. Then the county ones are answerable to maybe the ones in the national. Now that when they go to schools, they get information from the heads of the institutions, which is right, and then they document that, maybe without going to the field and so on and so forth. So in your scope, you're looking at the ones at this sub-county level or at county level. Is there a possibility that they are going to the field and not really examining what is there? Is influenced by the ones that are at the top because they are answerable to them? Or maybe what is in your mind about that? Thank you.
Lawrence, you can answer those two questions, then we can go to the next round.
Thank you, Dr. On the first question, whether I feel the quality assurance and the standard officers are doing their work, and on the second question, on whether the problem lies with those at the ground, or whether it's a whole structural issue affecting the whole system, I find the two questions very much related on whether they are really executing their work, and this is the response to the two. One, to be able to assess whether they are doing their work, we should go back and ask, what is their work? What is their work? Basic Education Act number 14 of 2013, section 64 through 66 outlines the formation, including the roles and their reporting procedures of the quality assurance and standard officers. And one of their roles that I would want to just read along so that you can also be able to tell me whether they do it is one, empowering the council to inspect educational institutions. That one they inspect, ensure compliance with the education standards, assess school records, obtain information from school administrators and the teachers, including recommending corrective measures, and advise TSC and sometimes then County Education Board on actions necessary to maintain quality education standards. When we look at the roles as outlined in the Basic Education Act, then we pause and ask, do they do that? When I was doing a research on this, I interacted with a teacher who has taught for around 30 years, I think 3 to 4 years to retire. And And she confessed that in her entire life, she has never interacted with a quality assurance officer. This means that in most cases, they report to the principal's office, get some data from the principal, and then leave immediately without interrogating the teachers, the learners, visiting other areas of institution like dormitories to see whether the required bed capacity is okay, the spacing is okay, including even not like we have this number of toilets supporting this number of learners, because we understand that one toilet is supposed to be handling a number of girls different from a number of boys. Therefore, their work is the problem. Their work is the problem. When we look at institutions like a university like this, it has its own quality assurance officers. And we realize that the institutions which have their independent quality assurance officers are doing much better than those that do not have their independent quality assurance, including the reporting procedures. It is okay, there could be some technical challenges, even mobility issues, but again, their work must go beyond the report from the school administrator. Thank you, Professor, and the entire team.
Thank you very much, Lawrence.
And I must confirm that they are not very friendly when it comes to this stand. Most of them are very hostile, because I think they have something to cover. Like, honestly, why do we have these unrests that are not documented and reported? Thank you.
Lawrence, let me take the next set of questions before I put my own question. There is Mwalimu there. Please give him the mic.
Thank you so much, Bernard Lawrence, for your presentation. In fact, it is an area of interest. But according to your findings and discussion, you are talking from experience, right? Are you a quality officer yourself? Are you a teacher? Okay. Do you have any interest? No. or anything for biasness? That's the thing I'm asking. Thank you so much. Now my question is, now these guys are not doing this job, eh? What is your recommendation? What is your recommendation according to your study? What would you recommend?
Must have been left by mistake, or no. The recommendation, one, something must be missing here, that the recommendation is to the Ministry of Education to offer support to the quality assurance and standard officers to be able to access some of the interior regions of this country. Because one of the key issues that I was able to look at that schools in urban centers receive this quality assurance often as compared to the rural setup. So one of the recommendations is to have the Ministry of Education supporting the quality assurance and standard officers, also developing a report-based mechanism that is also can be able to be relied on, including having feedback or giving feedback programs. Like if you've assessed a school, timelines of the feedback system should be like, I come this term, I identify these issues. One of the recommendations is also timely reporting of the feedback so that we can be able to address the challenges also they are facing as individuals, even before we condemn them for failing to work effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. Anybody else with any question? Lawrence, I have 3 comments. And the first comment is, I hope in your literature review and in your background, you are able to move us from the school inspectors to the quality assurance and standards officers. Because essentially, because of the disconnect you are seeing, that is why we moved from school inspectors to quality assurance and standard officers. I know know of a story of a teacher. When the school inspectors were there, they used to harass teachers. And I remember the case of an English teacher who did not have schemes of work and lesson plan, and realized that the inspector has come, and therefore he went to the window, close to the window, and he decided to teach preposition. And the preposition he was teaching is the teacher is jumping through the window, and the teacher decided to jump through the window and disappear, because the school inspector would have harassed him without those documents. I thought the quality assurance and standards officers were moved from that direction to the new direction where they are supposed to be aid to teachers. They are supposed to be helping the teachers to do their work better. But now you are in your research, you are telling us that there is that disconnect. And I'm not doubting your research, because the disconnect is very clear. If the quality assurance and standard officers were doing what they were doing, possibly Utumishi tragedy would not have occurred. I don't remember the school. There is the tragedy in Nairobi where there were buildings, and I think the building collapsed and the students died. Those tragedies don't happen. The tragedies of what happened, I think, in Western, where students were getting food poisoning and all these other things, should never have happened if the quality assurance and standard officers were carrying out their duty. But the point I want to make is, are they facilitated to do what they are supposed to do? And again, after we decided to have TSC autonomous, the ministry autonomous, the sub-county director of education has no responsibility for teacher management, and the sub-county director for TSC has the teacher management issue, then who has the control of the teacher? So where does the quality assurance man? And the sub-county, sorry, where does the quality assurance man, the county director, ministry, the county director, TSC, do they even work together? Does that disconnect become a problem to quality assurance and the standards maintenance in our schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you so much for bringing us back to the when we had inspectors, who the system viewed as people who could molest teachers. The people viewed them as persons who were extortionists. Little did we know they were even effective to a greater extent. And this one can be seen by the discipline those who went through those systems are exhibiting even today, including the teachers themselves. And again, the issue of whether they are facilitated remains a very active challenge. And that's why on the recommendations, one of them, and I want to believe in the next presentations and other conferences we shall be having these people seated here to be able to listen, separating the quality assurance and standard officers completely from the Ministry of Education, so that it can be a supervisory body kind of separate from the ministry, so that the quality assurance and the standard officer at this Igania West Sub-County is not answerable to the Sub-County Director, Ministry of Education, because the issue lies with the person you are answering to is not entitled to address that challenge. And again, it's just like the office of the Auditor General. It's a very separate office that shakes even the governor, shakes even the president, because they do it separately without being influenced. Therefore, one of the recommendations, Daktari, it is to have a separate supervisory body of quality assurance, free from the Ministry of Education, set purposely to do this thorough research and report without being more of subjected to unable to work to do their duties by their seniors, who in this case are the sub-county director of education, because at the end of the day, this now becomes a blame game that has today made us suffer in the quality assurance sector, and therefore this is study. I would really wish, it's an emotive area, it's an area that worth to be researched on, to be discussed, because until we address this, we are likely to continue having half-baked students who do not have the human kind of skills to face this life, because even teachers currently are downloading the skills of work. They do not even teach it. They are there to be assessed. If you really pick one of the of work and the lesson plan, go to class, you will find that that topic appearing on the lesson plan probably was taught 1 month huko nyuma, or will be taught 2 weeks huko mbele, but the principal is assessing it. When I was teaching, the principal I was teaching came to the class, and I found her walking kwa dirisha hapo. Mimi niko hapo naendelea kufundisha, the principal was walking kwa dirisha. Of course nilipomuona nilibadilisha kidogo ndio maneno ingiane. And then I was saying, I was teaching that I'm a teacher of Kiswahili and CRI, and I was saying biblical stories of creation. And then the principal called me after the lesson. Akaniambia mwalimu, I was still in college. I was preparing to go to Maseno University where I did my first degree. And then she told me, mwalimu, it is not biblical, it is biblical. And I took that thing very positively, that I can be corrected even at that. How many of us teachers are not willing to be corrected by the principals, and therefore not doing what is expected of? Then I also have a teacher who completed the whole syllabus, business studies, within 2 weeks. And there was no other option than sacking him, because you cannot complete the whole syllabus within. And then she was doing this so that to please the institution that I have even covered, and he came to the step from boosting, nimemaliza nini? Quality assurance should be taken very key, and any administrator here should also make it an achievable objective. And this is what will address the issues we have in the education sector. Thank you, Professor, and the panelists.
Thank you. Let's give one big round of applause for Lawrence. Thank you very much, Lawrence. And that was very insightful. At this juncture, I'm going to ask our guest speaker to come for the presentation of the gift. And this gift is going to be handed over by Dr. Paul. So welcome. So this is in appreciation. Makofi, please. Thank you very much, madam. And please come again. And we believe this is the beginning of a very long collaboration that the institution is going to have with you. Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. At this juncture, I'm not too sure if your team is. You asked us to give you more time. Should we call a presenter, then we call you? You are ready now? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for Stephen Christopher Mutembei. Welcome. Actually, he was supposed to be our second speaker, but requested for a bit more time. So welcome. And Mr. Mutembei is working together with Purity Kenya, and their title is Inclusive STEM Education for Learners with Visual Impairment in the Digital Age in Kenya. A very, very, very interesting topic indeed. So welcome, Mr. Mutembei.
My name is Mutembei Stephen, or Christopher Stephen, from Chuka University. I'm presenting on inclusive STEM education for learners with visual impairment in digital age in Kenya. As you may realize, is that the technology is advancing at a very high speed, and Kenya, being a part of the world, embraces this digital advancement. So it is in view of this fact that I have prepared this paper on the STEM. So learners with visual impairment have a right also to be in school, and especially for those who follow the the age-based curriculum, they are supposed to follow the curriculum like any other learner. Access to quality STEM education has become a critical determinant of both individual opportunity and national economic development in the 21st century. In Kenya, this priority is explicitly reflected in the design of the competency-based curriculum, which designates STEM as a senior capacity pathway for learners who demonstrates aptitude in science and mathematics at the grade 9 national assessment. The stated goal is to cultivate generation of technologically literate Kenyans capable of advancing the country's Vision 2030 objectives and contributing to the knowledge and economy. However, within this ambitious framework, a significant question remains insufficiently addressed. What provisions exist for learners with visual impairment? Visual impairment also will include both blindness and low vision. So sometimes when we talk about visual impairment, it's a bit confusing. There are those learners who are low visioned. Sometimes a layman will not differentiate them from a blind person, but these are all persons having visual impairments. So low vision and blindness is among the prevalent disability categories in Kenyan schools. The Kenya Eye Study, that is Muma and Obonyo 2020, established an epidemiological baseline for childhood visual impairment in Kenya, identifying both congenital and acquired causes such as cataract, trachoma, refractive errors, and vitamin A deficiency. These conditions are disproportionately prevalent in rural and low-income areas. A sub-Saharan region also study by Li Fan et al. 2022 reported that 12.136 students with visual impairment were enrolled in Kenyan schools in 2019. Of these, approximately 9.718 attended regular mainstream schools, often without assured access to assistive technologies, trained teachers, or adaptive curriculum materials necessary for meaningful learning. So now I will move to statement of the problem. Notwithstanding Kenya's legislative competent to inclusive education and its ambition to create a STEM-capable generation through the CBC learners with visual impairment face systematic exclusion from meaningful STEM participation at every level of education. This exclusion is not incidental. It is structurally preceded by the convergence of 4 interrelated failures: an inaccessible curriculum, chronic assistive technology deficits, inadequately prepared teachers, and assessment processes that disadvantage VI learners at the critical grade 9 STEM pathway gateway. You realize that it is at grade 10 when the learners are supposed, at grade 9, the learners are supposed to select the pathways that they will undertake in grade 10, and this is determined by the assessments that will be done in grade 9. So if the learners have been poorly performing, because there is that summative assessment and formative assessment combined together for the learner to complete his assessment or her assessment in grade 9, the results that are combined for the summative and the formative assessment give the grade for that learner to go to grade 10, and that one, the result is an enabler to the pathway that you take. So these learners with visual impairment, due to the challenges that they may be undergoing or poor foundations in the primary level and the junior school, they may not do well very much in STEM areas, hindering or impeding their continuity. So the objectives of the paper was as follows. 1, to evaluate the adequacy of Kenya's policy, legal and curriculum frameworks in supporting STEM participation among learners with visual impairment under the competency-based curriculum. 2, to examine the barriers and evidence-based interventions in influencing STEM access, participation, and achievement among learners with visual impairment in Kenya, with a view of proposing strategies of enhancing inclusive STEM education. Then we have the literature review there that they may not go through, and you'll send a paper so that we can go through it. Then I wanted to go because of time to conclude. There is theoretical models. The study took the social model of disability. The social model of disability as developed by Oliver 1990 and further elaborated by disability studies scholars serves as the foundational philosophical framework for this analysis. This model distinguishes between impairment, defined as the functional characteristics of individual, and disability, understood as the social, instructional, and environmental barriers constructed around the impairment. When applied to learners with visual impairment, VI, in STEM, the model shifts the central inquiry from what's wrong with the learners to what is wrong with this learning, with his learning environment. The disability of VI learners to access STEM is therefore interpreted not as an inevitable result of their visual condition, but as a consequence of curricular technologies physical spaces and instructional cultures that are not designed to accommodate their needs. We have also the Universal Design for Learning, that is UDL. Universal Design for Learning, now in its third international, is recognized as the most widely validated pedagogical framework for inclusive education. UDL is grounded in neuroscience and cognizance of the psychology, acknowledging that learners' variables are known in all classrooms. Then we look at the technological acceptance model. That is the technology acceptance model originally proposed by Davis. That is 1989. Subsequently extended posits that users' adoption of technology is primarily determined by two variables, that is perceived usefulness and the degree to which technology is believed to enhance performance, and perceived ease of use, the degree to which using it is free for effort. Then we are going now to touch on findings. One, the findings are as follows: curriculum and pedagogical exclusion in STEM. The literature consistently demonstrates that conventional STEM instruction in Kenyan classrooms is designed primarily for the sighted learners, systematically excluding VI students from active knowledge construction. Teacher-centered chalk and board pedagogies, which remain predominant in Kenyan secondary schools, that is, present scientific diagrams, laboratory etc., and mathematical notation exclusively in visual formats. So this means that the Kenyan curriculum, the way it has been designed, it has been realized that all the presentations that the teachers do, even the curriculum designs and what have you, they are all meant for the bigger society, that is the sighted learners, excluding the learners with visual impairment. It is true the KICD has tried to come up with a differentiated curriculum for the learners with visual impairment and other curriculums for other learners with disabilities, but it has been found that it is not sufficient to allow those learners to get the lessons and the knowledge given to them adequately. The CBC Grade 10 Gateway Mechanism represents a significant structural barrier. Learners with visual impairment, after years of insufficient accessible instruction, are required to undertake high stakes in mathematics and science assessment that determine STEM pathway eligibility, and it has been seen that it has been proved because even when the learners are being admitted, sometimes they are being admitted alongside the sighted counterparts, which sometimes with the same marks, which sometimes disadvantages them from getting into the pathway as expected. assistive technology, transformative potential constraints by access. The evidence clearly indicates that appropriate assistive technology significantly enhances STEM access for VI learners. That is according to Kiprop et al. 2022. They found also that statistically significant positive relationship between EBN, that is electronic braille notation device, access and academic performance in 6 Kenyan counties. Then we shall move to, I will now move very fast to teacher preparedness. The findings indicate that teacher competence is the most immediate determinant of VI learners' STEM experiences in both inclusive and special school settings. This is because the teacher is the person, the immediate facilitator in learning that a learner interacts with in course of his learning. Kenyan teachers in inclusive settings consistently cite inadequate ICT training as the primary barrier to effective support for VI learners. And then you read after the paper has been disseminated further about that. Then you look at assessment and CBC also. You will find that NEC, which is formally provides for examination accommodation for VI learners, and the CBC, including braille question papers, screen readers, scribes, and other devices. Sometimes they miss even in the exams, so that you may experience learners being read exam papers, and when somebody is reading for you, sometimes you may not really comprehend maybe the question, and that interferes with the performance and understanding and answering of even the questions. We move now to conclusion. This analysis has examined inclusive STEM education for learners with impairment in Kenyan digital age, tracing the issue from policy foundations through structural manifestations to its consequences for VI learners in STEM trajectories. The central finding is clear. The exclusion of VI learners from meaningful STEM participation in Kenya is not an inevitable result of visual impairment, but rather a structurally produced outcome of policy and investment in accessible curriculum design, inadequate teacher preparation, and assessment systems that institutionalize accumulated disadvantage as educational disqualification. The theoretical frameworks utilized in this analysis, the social model of disability, the UDL, the technological acceptance model, and Broden-Flender's ecological system theory converge on a central insight. Effective inclusion necessitates coherent multi-level system change rather than isolated interventions. Providing at AT devices without teacher training like it is done right now in Kenya, you meet that learners are being provided with IT equipment sometimes, and there are no teachers who have been trained on that, and even the learners themselves have not been trained, so it becomes a bit difficult. It becomes a bit difficult for them to get the skills to use the materials. Now I'll go to recommendations. I will start with I've divided these recommendations to different agencies, that is government agencies, or even the people who are concerned. One, recommendations for the Ministry of Education. We have recommended that they increase the special needs education budget allocation urgently, closing to documented gap between the Kenya shillings 212 million they offer currently to what is needed, that's around 536 million. So that one thing that I would like you to know is that the education to VI learners is quite expensive, because the gadgets or the technology gadgets that we are talking about are quite expensive. VI disability is one of the expensive disability we have in the world, because the gadgets that they use are very expensive. For example, if I give you an example of the machine that we use to braille to put the literature in the braille that I'm using, one gadget goes for around 680,000, which mere school may not be able to afford. And the gadget that we use for reading and taking notes, for instance, in a meeting like this one, if I showed you the gadget that I use, cost around 580,000. It is very expensive for an individual to afford. So the allocation by the Ministry of Education must be enhanced so that we may have to buy the technological materials the learners with visual impairment they need. Then we have made a recommendation to the NEC, that is standardize and enforce assessment accommodations for VI learners across all CBC summative and SBA assessment contexts, including Braille question papers, scripts, give them or serve them with digital devices during assessment times, and formats of exams that are accessible to all of them. Then we have a recommendation to the Kenya Institute of Special Education. They should revise the diploma in special needs education, that is VI, to incorporate dedicated STEM specific modules covering adaptive pedagogy, tactile graphic production, audio described laboratory instruction, and hands-on training, including the OBIT 20 and all the gadgets that are technologically developed for learners with visual impairment. Then we have recommendations for the school practitioners. So they should adapt UDL model, and then as foundational planning framework for STEM and lesson design, ensuring that multiple means of representation, tactile, auditory, and digital, are embedded as standard features for all STEM instruction, not reserved as special accommodation for VI learners. Proactive, seek, and sustain partnership that organizations, including Kilimanjaro Braille Trust Africa, Site Savers, and enable able to access 80 devices and Braille in Braille formats. Then we go to the last one, that is recommendation to researchers. I would urge the researchers to vigorously research and get insights that may give evidence-based research to show to improve on technology and also improve on the digital materials and the digital gadgets that are supposed to be used by the learners with visual impairment. Otherwise, for the purposes of time, I have to stop there, and I'm very grateful for you listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that beautiful presentation. I want to give the plenary the opportunity to ask Mr. Mutembei questions, comments, and if you can contribute also to his paper, that would still be okay. Please pass the mic to him.
Thank you, Mutembei. My name is Lawrence again for the record. Thank you for the presentation, Mutembei. And these are very sensitive area, considering the inclusive education that should be in practice today. And my comment would be, as opposed to having institutions separate for this, okay, let me just reframe it to sound fair. We do not really need at this particular moment to have those institutions separate. It is my prayer that in future we could have the inclusive aspect of it coming in, so that we can have the VI students learning concurrently with others, but being exposed to their assistive devices, because at the end of the day, when we all retire from these institutions, we again retire back together in the social aspect, in the job nature, and therefore to be able to accommodate one another, to be able to adapt and learn from one another without much stigmatization that we must all agree with they face in so many aspects. It is the right time the inclusive aspect of institutions be in place, so that we do not have a specific school for the DEI, and then when they graduate, they come to us again, the society, we live together. We can have an inclusive kind of aspect in our schools, whereby we learn together, we relate together, we socialize together. This will foster the social aspect beyond the learning environment. Thank you, Bwana Mutembei.
Any other comment?
Yes, Dr.
Yes, I listened keenly to your presentation, and I was really very impressed by what you're saying. And I believe this is quite timely and important, especially now that the education system has really taken off. Now, my question to you would be, you talked about visually impaired learners being put together with learners who have the ability to see, and then you said that it puts the students at some form of disadvantage. What's your take on comprehensive schools? Because comprehensive schools, there's a school of thought that believes when people with a particular impairment are put together with people without that in a comprehensive school, the school of thought believes that they are helped within that environment to grasp things better. I don't know what you think about this, given that in your presentation you seem to think otherwise. What would you say?
Thank you very much. Maybe in my presentation, it might have not been very clear. My presentation was about including the learners in STEM pathway alongside the other learners. This study or this presentation did not center on either segregation or mainstreaming the visually impaired learners, but what I was talking about is enabling the learners to have the digital devices regardless of whether they are in special schools or in the mainstream. Otherwise, I personally am a product of integration. I'm a product of mainstream. I have learned in the mainstream society and even in the higher institutions of learning. I have not gone to special institutions for higher learning. I've always interacted with the rest of the society. It is very important when people basically would encourage the learners with disabilities to have some foundational introduction to arithmetic, pre-writing activities, and these other literacy activities at their foundational level when they are a bit isolated, because that is when they are given total concentration. But when they gain the skills of writing, the arithmetic skills, they are integrated in the mainstream because they are not as many as the regular learners or the normal in quotes, so that we may have so many special schools for them. It may not be possible. So I would advocate that after the foundational introduction of literacy skills, numeracy skills, that is maybe in the pre-primary level up to, because today pre-primary level goes up to grade 3, I think. So from that, they can now be integrated in the mainstream so that they can learn together with the others. What I am talking about is now having a barrier-free environment. A barrier-free environment so that the landscaping of the institutions where these learners attend may suit them. If there are learners who are using the wheelchairs, they can have pavements. They can have a landscape that they can easily roll their wheelchairs. If it is a person with visual impairment, the mobility can be easy. When the landscaping has been made, when we have corridors, we have pavements, we have stairs, we have tactile notice boards, we have gadgets that can really enable them move comfortably in the mainstream. It is very, very much commendable, because there is no time that this person will live in isolation. He will live in the society, and the society has to embrace also him. When they are so much isolated sometimes and they stay in the world of their own, they may be not so much integrated in the society when it comes to job market and other interactions, the marital stages and what have you. So it is very important that they are integrated in the mainstream as early as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's have one big round of applause for Kutembe, who has given us a really good insight, and we really appreciate. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have some online presenters, and we'll give one who is online a priority because of time differences again. So if you would let us know the name and
between 12:15 and 12:30. So kindly let us know when we can start presenting.
okay, maybe you will help us identify your name and then we can allow you to go on.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you can see us?
Yes, we can see you.
You can see us?
We can see you. We actually can see you. We see you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name, like I've said, my name is Jennifer Biri, and I am with my colleague Nancy Kisotu, and we shall be presenting virtually on behalf of our colleagues, Dr. Stephen Obare and Millicent Awiti. So can we start our presentation?
Yes, please.
Yes, I request that I start. I was to present 2 days ago. My name is Mwanja Ben Kangane, and it was pushed to this far, so I wish to start off the sessions, Dr.
Just 1 minute. The speaker, you said your name is?
Mwanja Ben Kangane. Mwanja Ben Kangane.
What is the title of your presentation, please? Are you
It's
sure?
under sustainable agri-food systems, but the topic is effect of innovation on the performance of dairy farmers cooperatives
Yes,
in Western Cape.
Unfortunately, sir, you have found yourself in the wrong breakout room. That is Theatre 1. So I'm going to ask the technical team to transfer you to Theatre 1. And then we'll have...
Theatre 1?
Yes, please. You just be transferred by our technical team to Theatre 1. And the people who have just spoken to present for Dr. Stephen Obare and Millicent Awiti are in the right room. So we'll ask them to continue with their presentation while we transfer you to Theatre 1, please.
Theatre 1 is the one handling sustainable agri-food systems.
Yes, that's where agriculture-based presentations are.
Okay.
Oh, yes, please. And I'm sorry for inconveniences, sir. So could we have the presenters for Dr. Stephen Obare and Millicent Awiti to continue, please? And sir, we'll sort you out in a minute.
Thank you, Dr.
Maybe before Dr. I would still have a question. Mine was under, the initial communication was to be under education and business economics.
Oh.
Education and the business theatre too.
Okay.
That's how it is designed in the program.
Okay.
Because it is a business course. It's a business course. I'm doing a business course, not agriculture. But it just because of innovation aspect and the cooperatives. But it is under education and the business and economics.
Okay, sir. While I sort out this, sir, let me have that group to present, and I'm really sorry about this. Then I'll let you present next, please, if you don't mind, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much for understanding, sir.
It's okay.
So can we have the group for the other presenters to kindly step in? You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. We shall proceed. I want to share my screen.
Madam Biriri, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We are trying to share the screen. Is it visible?
Not yet.
Can you see the screen now?
Now, yes. Now it's visible, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. So, like I have said, I am with my colleague here, Nancy Kisotu. My name is Jennifer Biri, and we are presenting on behalf of our colleagues, Dr. Stephen Obare and Millicent Awiti. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon. Allow me to stand on the already observed protocols and then this opportunity to do a presentation on rethinking innovation in the era of AI, a case study of NSSF Kenya. 10 days. So that is how long it takes a member of NSSF Kenya to have a benefit claim processed. For a beneficiary who is facing a medical challenge, 10 days can seem like an eternity. Now, the goal of this presentation is to show you why the number represents the entire challenge before us at NSSF, and more importantly, why reducing it is not primarily a technology problem. So the real bottleneck here is something that is far more complex, and it's a governance problem. So our central argument today is that it's the institutional trust. That is the faith people have in the system itself. And it is a greater constraint on the public sector AI transformation than the computing power and model capability that will ever be. So NSSF Kenya provides a critical case study, being a statutory social security institution serving millions of Kenyan workers and sit at the intersection of legacy public sector systems and AI era pressure. This isn't just another digital transformation story, it is an emerging market case study on how a public institution can adopt AI intelligence, artificial intelligence, not just quickly, but responsibly and at a meaningful scale. In 2026, the global AI conversation has shifted. We are no longer asking, can AI do this? So the new conversation on the urgent question is, can AI do this responsibly at scale in low trust and resource constrained environments? This talk sits inside intelligent systems, AI, data science, and cybersecurity for social security, but argues that for public institutions, the technology is the easy 20%, and the difficult 80% is governance, risk, and building trust. Moving on to our next slide. So, why are the traditional innovation fails in social security? So we have 4 challenges. We have the legacy technology, we have the competitive market, and then of course we have the trust, the governance of bureaucratic processing of claims at NSSF, and the informal sector economy. So, notice this is something that is interesting. One of these is a technology challenge. The other 3 are about governance, competition, and inclusion. This is a vital insight. Treating AI as just an IT project is not an IT project, and it is guaranteed path to failure if we treat AI as an IT project. You can build the most sophisticated systems in the world, but if people don't trust it, if it doesn't reach the most vulnerable in the society, or if it can't compete with more agile private sector solutions, it should surely fail. For example, we look at the 80% figure. That's the proportion of Kenyans' workforce in the informal sector. Globally, social security institutions are moving away from document-based identity verification, which many formal workers simply don't have, and are starting to use alternative data like mobile money patterns and the utility payment histories. We have to design for the 80% and not just the 17% that is in the formal sector. So these are some of the challenges that necessitate a different way of thinking about innovation. Moving on to the comparative. Moving on to the comparative the global comparatives, we have the 5 pillars for the AI innovation in social security. Data-centric foundations, the agile governance, the ethical guardrails. We also have the human-AI hybrid and the outcome-oriented metrics. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, most recent guidance on AI in social security for 2025-2026 makes a sharp distinction worth noting, and they have said most institutions have developed AI for client support and back office automation, but routine use of AI for predictive analytics remains rare across these countries. So we are anticipating on who is about, the predictive analytics is supposed to anticipate about who is about to fall out of coverage or who is eligible to be paid their benefits and they have not claimed. So this question is no longer simply how do we automate the process, it's how do we use AI to become a proactive institution that can anticipate our members' needs before they even come to ask for help. That gap is exactly where NSSF's pillar, strategy 1 and 2 currently sits. That is automation and not prediction, and is a perfect bridge into our critical analysis in our slide that we are going to be looking at later. Moving on to the strategy transformation, we have got 4 pillars. In the 4 pillars, we ask ourselves, how do we plan to be there? And so this is our strategic map. The 4 pillars are the customer-centric digital transformation, operational excellence and automation, people culture, and driving financial growth. You can see how these pillars directly address the 4 challenges on the previous slide. But the real innovation isn't just the pillars, it's the engine that drives them, which we call the WAVE model. This is the governance innovation. It allows a public institution like NSSF to move with startup speed on smaller, safer bets while keeping full board oversight on larger capital-intensive projects. So for Wave A is zero or low-cost immediate wins, where initiatives can be done right now without any procurement delays. Wave B involves the middle range investments, which can be approved by and fast-tracked by the Innovation Steering Committee, which is already in place. Wave C is the big transformational staff. That is the enterprise-wide capabilities that require the full board approval, the NSSF full board approval, the board of trustees. So this tired risk-based approach isn't just project management. It's increasingly the global standard, mirroring how frameworks like EU AI Act classify AI use case by risk level. We arrived at this independently, but it aligns us with international best practices. On the pillar of digital transformation, we now want to bring this to life by looking at the 2 pillars where AI actually lives. NSSF strategic focus here is simple. Make every member touchpoint digital first. The key here is enabling identity verification without requiring a member to visit a physical branch. NSSF has got over 60 branches. We are achieving this through integrations like automated biometric information systems and integration with IPRS, and that is IPRS is Integrated Population Registration System, and NRB, where we get our IDs. So we integrate them to allow us to validate identity against the National Registry instantly. You'll see our Wave A intervention listed here. That is the USSD stabilization, the WhatsApp chatbot, the automated contribution receipts. They are mobile native solutions that meet the informal sector member where they are ready on a feature phone, or on WhatsApp. And when we look at our 2027 KPIs, 1 day claims turnaround and 75% digital adoption. So that's not just an incremental improvement, but it's a 5 times improvement in speed. So we aim to process our claims in 1 day with this innovation model, from 10 days to 1 day. We also are mindful of the risks. As fraud research in 2026 shows, identity fraud is a top emerging threat against remote verification processes. As we move identity verification into digital channels, our threat service grows exponentially. This is why our governance and security protocols are so critical. Moving on to the operational excellence. This is slide 6. I have got 10 slides. The slide talks about building robust, efficient, and secure engine. We have 3 levers, that is the robotic process automation and PA for automating repetitive tasks, AI-based verification for faster and more accurate claim validation, and enterprise middleware for the connection of our legacy systems with the modern ones. But the real power is in the numbers. We look at registration will go from 1 day to instant, claim processing from 5 days to 24 hours, and that is 1 day. From 10 days to 24 hours, that is 1 day. And then, of course, the reconciliation moves from days, that is even months, to instant. And the most importantly, our manual matching rate drops from 65% to 50% because of the biometric system. At this point, it's not just an efficient system, it's closing the detection gap that fraud research identifies as the highest risk blind spot in legacy financial systems. We'll also make integration with the KRA. So the direct integration with the KRA means contribution data is reconciled at source. So what NSSF data will validate against what is at KRA. So that is the single source of truth for contribution data. We are not just chasing after data or after the fact, but we are verifying this data in real time. That's the difference between true automation and simply doing the manual work faster. Moving on to the wave strategy, we have wave A, wave B, and wave C. I talked about the wave models. So this slide shows us the what. The slide before was showing us the what, but this one shows us the how with the budget and the governance in detail. So wave A shows us 0 to low budget, that is immediate. So immediate, that is in Q1, when we start the implementation of this innovation strategy. So Q1, we will do the USSD, the WhatsApp chatbot, the emails and the SMS and the email statements, where we will require low budget, and with B for the middle range investment, where we are talking about 1 million to 30 million per initiative, which will take us 3 quarters, Q1, Q2, and Q3. This will be fast-tracked by the Innovation Steering Committee approval that is already in place. And this will scale what is already been rolled out in wave A. In wave C, we have the high investment where we are talking about 30 billion, over 30 million per investment, and we will implement this in Q4, 3, and 4, and this will require the full board approval, the necessary full board approval, and this will be touching on the core transformation capabilities. So this framework embodies the key philosophy: safe, tried, accountable to deliver. So failure at wave A level is cheap and expected. It's how we learn. But failure at wave C level goes through the full board scrutiny before it ever happens. So that asymmetry between the safe to try on the small bets and highly accountable on the large ones is the actual innovation. It gives us the permission to experiment and the discipline to execute. On the innovation slide, the core question here remains, how does NSSF stay fast without losing control? So our innovation strategy is built on a foundation of agile governance. We have established an innovation steering committee with delegated authority to approve initiatives up to 20 million Kenyan shillings. This eliminates the 6 to 9 month procurement delays that kills most public sector digital projects before they even start. So every initiative has a named owner, that is the project owner, clear success triggers, and the documented failure protocols. And crucially, we are building compliance into our DNA even before, from the very, very start. This means the Data Protection Act compliance from the design phase and the mandatory sign-off, the mandatory DPO, data protection sign-offs at every deployment, and vigorous penetration testing before any rollout. So our strategy, our innovation strategy is compliance ready, and the innovation is pre-cleared with legal and compliance, and this is in line with this should be in line with every public sector AI strategy. We can say it's rare, but we believe this is a non-negotiable part of building trust. So this governance model means we are not playing catch-up with global AI regulation. In many ways, NSSF is aligned with the documentation and the pre-clearance. We move to the critical analysis. So on the critical analysis, we strongly believe that this strategy has no documented gaps that hasn't been properly stress tested. We have tested them, and the next step of our journey, and we are honest with ourselves, even with those gaps, as we move on to the next steps in our journey. So as discussed earlier, most public institutions that have deployed AI they have deployed them for narrow single task automation. But NSSF is no different. Our current strategy automates and verifies, but it underutilizes the large language models for complex advisory services or predictive modeling. We haven't yet built an in-depth documented evaluation framework to prevent potential bias in our automated claim processes and our data ecosystems that still has legacy silos that threaten the reliability of our new tools. But the next maturity step for us is to build a predictive coverage retention model to flag members at risk of lapsing before they actually do. So we see 3 clear paths in this to bridge this gap. So we will be institutionalizing evaluation. We need to move towards the quarterly independent AI audits for fairness and accuracy. And then also, we hope to expand our partnership. Currently, we have a partnership with the bank institutions, government institutions, some of the government institutions. We are talking about KRA, IPRS, the Business Registration Bureau, and quite a number of banks. So we want to expand the partnership even to the fintech and to the academic institutions so that we can accelerate the maturity of our data. We also need to shift from the basic data protection cycle to a model of just continuous and the ongoing oversight so that we can deepen our guardrails. So to conclude, this, NSSF is not just digitizing a pension fund. We are building a template for how public institutions in developing economies can adopt AI responsibly, fast enough to compete with the private sector, but also careful to be trusted by the public. So our guiding principle in our innovation strategy is digital first, people always. It's not just a slogan, it's a design constraint that has guided every decision in this strategy. To us, there are 3 silent points that stand out. The AI arguments, it does not replace the human judgment. This is critical when we are serving the vulnerable populations who must have a clear path to appeal if an automated system flags or denies them service. So the second is algorithm fairness, data privacy, and transparent governance, and they are non-negotiable. These are the foundations of member trust, and they are not optional add-ons. And of course, finally, our mobile-first inclusive solutions that are transferable roadmap for other developing economies facing the same informal sector and legacy system pressures. So reducing our claim processing time from 10 days to 1 day isn't just an efficiency gain. In a country where 83% of work is informal and the trust in formal institution is hard-won by the 17%, speed and reliability are themselves a form of financial inclusion. It's a tangible signal to every member that the system is on their side. Thank you, NSSF, growing you for good.
Thank you very much, and let's have a round of applause for the presenters, online presenters. And thank you so much for this. I'd just like you to hang in on there. I'm very sorry, as the chair, we didn't get acknowledgement of people online until very late. So now we have ended up with a rush. But if you hang on in there, we'd like to have the second online presenter, and then we'll put those questions together. So we'll come back to you with questions. Online, we have the gentleman who was supposed to present at 12. Are you still there? Unfortunately, I didn't quite catch the name. I know Chibole is also online.
Yes, Chibole is available.
And then there's Esther. Rachel Wasike.
Yes, I'm available, madam.
Yes, but there was one gentleman who was supposed to present before this, and we asked him to wait. Are you there? Or you are?
I'm there, Victor.
You are the same as Chibole?
Hello?
What's your name, sir?
I'm not getting you.
Name? Are you?
Yes.
Are you Chibole?
Yes, I am. Can I share?
Yes, please. It's your turn.
Let me share and be fast within the 15 minutes schedule presentation. Yes. Able to see it?
Unfortunately not.
Are you able to see it?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. you.
Maybe in the interest of time, you could try and present if we are having technological challenges.
No, I'm doing it. I don't know why there is. I don't know why today is using.
Mr. Chibole, sir.
Is it there?
Unfortunately not. Yes, now we can see you. Thank you.
Is there?
Yes, now we can see you. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for the technical hitch. I'm Chibole. This is co-authored by Chibole, Maingi Muli, Ben Oseno. So I conducted a study on the moderating impact of underwriting risk on the relationship between the firm-specific factors and insurance financial inclusion. This is under the sub-theme of the future of business, digital economy, sustainable entrepreneurship, and global markets. So you find that regarding the underwriting risk, it simply explains that aspect whereby the insurance firms, at times they get the losses, maybe due to undercharges on the premiums or the challenges that may arise. So regarding back to the study, you realize that insurance firms are key players in economic growth in Kenya, and this is factored through the GDP growth and employment. So to assess the financial inclusion, we look at factors such as the availability, affordability, and use of insurance products. The firm-specific factors under this set includes aspects such as the capital adequacy, asset quality, solvency, liquidity, and firm size. And as earlier stated, that underwriting risk is just the possibility of the losing money in the process of the evaluation. You realize that financial inclusion, that is the usage, is low globally at a tune of 6.28%, in Africa 3.65%, and Kenya is paltry low to a tune of 3%, even which is more lower to the continental average of Africa being 3.65%. That then explains the problem aspect into this study, that globally, out of the 1065 billion population, you find that 852 billion, which is 80%, have no access to insurance. That is indicating the insurance inclusion issue. And as earlier stated, that Kenya's usage is at 3%, being lower to the African average state of 3.65, and even to the global state of 6.28. And there are a number of indicators that shows the insurance inclusion being a problem, like 70% of the livestock crop index insurance has indicated a low aspect, given that the livestock is grown to the tune of 70%. The insurance under the healthcare and other aspects are also low. The former NHIF didn't manage to handle the inclusion issues. Even SHA has not signaled desires that have been aimed for. There is intermittent performance, that is the fluctuation of performance for the years of 2015 to 2024. this shows a skewed approach towards insurance inclusion. The objectives are just majorly two, that are to determine the moderating effect of underwriting risk on the relationship between firm-specific factors and insurance financial inclusion. The second being firm-specific factors influence on insurance financial inclusion. The factors include the capital adequacy, asset quality, liquidity, solvency, and firm size. Aaron, are you getting me? Am I audible?
Yeah, you go on.
Okay. The such hypothesis underwriting risk has no moderating significant effect on the relationship between firm-specific factors and insurance financial inclusion. Then firm-specific factors, being the second hypothesis, have no statistical significant effect on insurance financial inclusion in Kenya. This one now leads me to theoretical review, and there are four theories that guided this study. Asymmetrical information. First of all, if there is no clear picture between those who are getting the insurance policy and the firm, it will bring asymmetrical information, which will lead to the underwriting risks. Then the efficient structure theory, taking order theory, liquidity theory comes on, also supporting theories under this study. There is a conceptual framework that guides this. First, there are 5 boxes that explains the firm-specific factors, capturing the capital adequacies, asset quality, liquidity, solvency risk, and firm size, and each of them, the measure approach will be the ratios as shown. Then financial inclusion was done using Insurance Financial Inclusion Index. This index incorporated elements of access, availability, and the usage. Then underwriting risk measured through the claims incurred to premiums earned. Methodology, I'll just highlight quickly, the design being longitudinal design due to time series data. Then philosophy being positivism due to the issues of observation, measurability, and objectivity. Population being 50 insurance firms, all adopted that census, survey, census approach. Then data collection instrument, that is secondary data adopted from the website of IRA, that is the Insurance Regulatory Authority, for the years of 2015 to 2024. Data analysis was done using the descriptives and inferential statistics. Direct to the findings being slide number 8, moderation, slide number 8 out of 10. So you find that you're looking at the moderation underwriting risk on the relationship between the firm-specific factors and insurance financial inclusion in Kenya. There are 3 models that do arise automatically when you conduct a moderating effect. Model 1, usually it is the multiple regression, that is, it provides or it articulates the firm-specific factors that I mentioned, being the liquidity, the solvency, the firm size, all those. And you find that under this model 1, that the R-squared, adjusted R-squared, was 0.4201, meaning that 42.01% of the variance in insurance financial inclusion was attributed to the firm-specific factors. You find that the p-value was 0.00, this is less than 0.05, being at 5% significant level. Therefore, it indicates that the firm-specific factors were significant, and the adjusted R-square was to that for 2.01%. Model 2 incorporates now those firm-specific factors. You add in the moderating factor, being the underwriting risk. When you do that, the adjusted R-square increases to 42.11. That is, there is a slight increase in adjusted R-square. The significant stake under this model, under the underwriting risk addition, remains significant. Model 3 that now makes it a fully moderating effect, the adjusted R-score was 4.88%. Under this model, you realize that you have the firm-specific factors, you add the underwriting risk, then it brings in what we call the interaction term. So you find that it was also significant. Therefore, given that the significant steps for across the model was significant, then underwriting risk has a significant moderating effect. Then given that also the adjusted R-squared increase across the three models, that increase portrays the significant state of the underwriting risk. Therefore, this study rejected the hypothesis that was null regarding to the study. Therefore, there is what we call a conclusion for this, that underwriting risk has a weak negative but significant correlation with insurance financial inclusion. And then there is a recommendation that insurance firms should design policies that will salvage them from underwriting risks, such as the clause of remitting considerable premium for a given claim. These will caution from losses as a result of underwriting risk. Therefore, they can also balance the claims incurred to premium earned, because these are the attributes that measure the underwriting risk. That is, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chibole. Let's have a round of applause for Chibole and Ben. Thank you so much. You also, together with the Biriri group, just hold on line. And we have our final presenter before lunch. That is Esther Rachel Luasike and the group, Frederick, Jacqueline, and Angela. I can see Esther Rachel is online. Esther Rachel, can you hear us? Yes.
Yes, I'm online and ready.
Yes, 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
My slide scene.
Not yet.
I'm sharing my screen and the slide scene.
Not yet, not yet. We can't see
Not
them
yet.
yet, not yet. And Mr. Chibole, please, and stop sharing. Okay, we haven't seen them yet.
Was she requesting that I share for her?
No, we are saying.
Kindly, I've forwarded to Mr. Chibole. Kindly let him share for me.
Okay. Let him share with you then. And please be conscious of time because of lunch break and our guest speaker who is coming in from Japan. And we wouldn't want them to miss out on time.
Is it now seen?
Yes, we can now see what you have.
Okay.
Just go on, you have 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for this noble moment. I'm going to talk about the impact of green warehouse practices on performance of sugar manufacturing farms in Western Region, Kenya, co-authored by Dr. Frederick Yogera, Jacqueline Odero, and Dr. Angela Mungai. And this being the sub-theme of the future of business, digital economies, sustainable entrepreneurship, and global markets. The study was taken in Japan, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Nigeria, and it examined on green procurement in general, which, with limited input on green warehouse across enterprises. It was further taken to South Africa, which recognizes the risk of general environmental decay and global warming. And sugar industries in Western region have faced risks from the locals due to non-green practices eminent, with pollution cases. where, like Butali Sugar, faced a 980 million fine in mining, we fight in reference to non-green practices, leading to waste and pollution management. My statement of the problem: the sugar industry in Kenya has been a key player in the country's economy for the past decade. However, the production of sugar has reported a negative impact on the environment at large. So despite the implementation of green warehousing, the environmental contamination by sugar mills in Western Kenya remains on the rise, which has triggered climate change negatively, according to NEMA report 2019. Similarly, production, storage, and processing of sugarcane has resulted to harmful effects on the environment and society, according to Sugar Task Force report of 2020. Despite the fact that the Kenya government banned plastic bags, as you can all attest to it, as a fight against waste, sugar farms are still embracing polythene packaging. The main objective of this is to examine the effect of green warehouse practices on performance of sugar manufacturing farms in Western Region Kenya, whose hypothesis is green warehousing practices do not significantly influence performance of sugar manufacturing farms in Western Region Kenya. I have 5 theories to my study, but on this one, I take it majorly on stakeholder theory. According to Freeman 2020, the stakeholder refers to an individual or group that is affected by green supply chain practices employed. It applies for warehousing practices while minimizing environmental impact. It's also backed up by institutional theory, which states institutional theory provides a valuable framework for understanding how external institutional pressures influence warehouses' adoption of green supply chain practices. And this theory is of relevance on basis of warehouse practice. I have the conceptual framework, independent variable being the green warehouse practices that entails on order processing, packaging, and storage practice. The dependent variable is on performance, where it has cost reduction, customer satisfaction, level of effectiveness, level of efficiency, and timely delivery. The study used a mixed research design, which comprises of descriptive design and causal design. On research, this research adopted positivism approach, and the target population in this study was 10 sugar manufacturing farms in Western, as listed by myself. And there was also the unit of analysis, which involved the chief procurement officer, procurement manager, and all the officers listed. It led to a target of 130 procurement stakeholders for listed sugar farms above, according to the report of Procurement Department in Sugar Farms 2023. This study utilized the entire population, hence the census study on the basis of small population. On the findings, the descriptive, sorry for a mix-up, but the positive skewness of 0.793, it shows that the green warehousing practices and performance are relatively asymmetrical, thus a reliable measure of central tendency. And all the The standard deviation of 0.8052 indicates moderate level of variability, thus respondents' views green warehousing practices as fairly consistent. On inferential, on model strength, green warehouse practices has a moderate to strong R squared of which results to 51%, and the p-value presented indicates that a green warehouse practices has a positive significance effect on performance. Hypothesis decision was rejected since all of them they stated on the otherwise. And the conclusion, the study confirmed that green warehouse practices had a strong positive statistical significance effect on performance of sugar manufacturing farms in Western Region, Kenya. My recommendation, the sugar industry management and employees ought to ensure raw materials before and after production are well stored to avoid their deformation. The accepted storage means that are environment friendly, such as storage bags and buckets, should adhere to green warehouse requirements. And that's my recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's have one round of applause for Rachel and her team. Thank you, online presenters. In the plenary, do you have any questions for the three presenters who have presented online? If you packed any question anywhere, we had a presentation on NSSF and AI. We have the presentation of moderating impact of underwriting risk. And we also have the impact of green warehouse practices on performance in sugar manufacturing farms. So if you packed any question for any of these three presenters, okay. Plenary doesn't seem to have any questions, but I don't know, NSSF, are you still online? NSSF presenters?
Yes, Dr. We are still online.
Thank you. One quick question for you. Will AI take away jobs at NSSF? And how can you ascertain the responsible use of AI? Maybe if you can respond to those quickly, then we'll be good to go. Thank you.
Please repeat that, Dr.
Will AI take away jobs at NSSF? Did you get that one?
Yes.
And how will NSSF ensure the use of AI responsibly?
Okay, thank you, Dr. for that question. I believe with the emergence of AI, of course, some of the paperwork will be, some of the jobs, which include a lot of paperwork, essentially it will most likely take away some of the jobs. But I believe there are also areas in our institutions or departments where we can also redeploy these people at the same time. So essentially it will, the other question,
comes online at one point before then, we will give him after Nzili has done his presentation. So Mr. Nzili, welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Bebe Nzili. This paper is part of my PhD work, and my supervisor is Dr. Nancy Rintari and Dr. Wilson Mwema. So today I want to speak about influence of green advertising on the sustainability of public universities in Kenya. Sustainability challenge. Public universities in Kenya face increasing sustainability pressure, which includes things like declining student enrollment, reduced internal granted generated revenue, raising operational costs, and increasing institutional debts. These challenges threaten quality education delivery, research capacity, and institutional survival. University needs strategic approaches beyond traditional financial solutions, and we say green advertising provides an opportunity to communicate sustainability effort and strengthen institutional sustainability. Sustainability concerns among public universities continue to increase. Existing intervention focus mainly on financial management, governance reforms, and resource efficiency. Most green advertising studies focus on corporate sector and consumer markets. Limited evidence exists on green advertising in the higher education, especially in Kenya. No empirical study had established the influence of green advertising on the sustainability of public universities in Kenya. The objective is to establish the influence of green advertising on the sustainability of public universities in Kenya. And the null hypothesis is green advertising does not significantly influence the sustainability of public universities in Kenya. This work will be supported by the theory of green marketing theory by Petit and Ottman, and says environmental responsibility integrated with marketing creates a competitive advantage, stakeholders trust, and improved institution performance. But we need to note, as our first speaker, as our key speaker said, it must be authentic, whereby we are saying green communication reduces greenwashing risk if it is authentic. What do you mean by authentic? You must communicate exactly what is real, what can be measured. You do not communicate things which are just for the sake of communication, because if you do that, you're going to lose the trust of the stakeholders and other people who are interested in an institution. Philosophy, the research philosophy will be positivism, and the research design will be ex post facto. The population will be 35 public chartered universities in Kenya, which has been operational for the last 10 years, and this will be the unit of analysis, and also the unit of the observation will be 1,313 senior academic and administrative staff. The sample size, which we arrived after conducting stratified random sampling and using Taro-Yaman formula, will be 307. The tools, we used the questionnaire and the interview guide, and the collection was done physically and online. Data analysis was done through descriptives, and also we had the content analysis of the open quizzes, and we had a model which is the one presented, whereby it is the green X represent the green advertising and Y show the sustainability. The major findings are digital advertising increased awareness of sustainability efforts with a mean of 3.47, and green advertising improves the environmental image with a mean of 3.65 and a composite mean of 3.59. What is the implication? It says green advertising efforts are moderate in the public university because they are greater than 3.4. Findings on sustainability performance, it had a composite mean of 3.77, and the strong sustainability areas which were given by the respondents were research and community outreach, had a mean of 3.68, income generation strategies beyond Government funding at 3.81, and internal generated revenue at a mean of 3.79. So university demonstrate a moderate sustainability but require strong resilience strategies. Regression, effects of green advertising on sustainability. The significant test gave us a p-value of 0.1 of a p-value of less than 0.001, R squared of 0.85, and an odd ratio of 2.852. And this shows that the university with adequate green advertising practices are approximately 2.85 times more likely to achieve a better sustainability outcomes than the inadequately applying green, than those universities which inadequately apply green advertising. So we reject the null hypothesis, which says green advertising does not significantly influence public university sustainability because of the p-value, which of 0.001, which is less than 0.05. Conclusion: green advertising is a strategic sustainability tool, evidenced through the mean above 3.4, and significantly improves sustainability of public universities. And the policy recommendation is universities should adopt digital-first green advertising strategies, communicate measurable sustainability achievement, reduce all use of non-environmental advertising materials, establish mechanism to evaluate advertising impact, and avoid greenwashing through authentic communication. And then the Commission of University and the Ministry of Education should integrate green advertising standards into university sustainability reporting framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Nzili.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much for that presentation. Can you go to the second presentation?
Thank you. The presentation are similar because they are from the same document. They just pick two objectives which I wanted to present. And this now is influence of green marketing mix on the sustainability of public universities in Kenya by James Nzili and Dr. Nancy Ritari and Wilson Mwema. Sustainability challenges in public universities face an increasing sustainability pressure by declining student enrollment growth, reduced internal generated revenue, raising operational costs, and increasing institutional debts. Approximately, you can say 23 out of 35 universities are technically insolvent, and these are the universities which have been in operation for the last 10 years, and we are saying over 10 years, and we are saying traditional financial solutions are insufficient, whereby institutions require strategic sustainability approach. And we are saying green marketing mix provides a strategic framework for integrating sustainability into the university operations. Sustainability of public universities continue to decline despite the existing intervention, whereby most sustainable strategies focus on financial reforms, governance, good governance, resource management, and limited attention has been given to the market-oriented sustainability strategies. Hence the gap whereby we are saying majority are focused on general corporates. Most of the researches which have been done are focused on the general corporates and manufacturing sector, and this gives us the context limitation. And we are saying no empirical study had established the influence of green marketing mix on the stability of public universities. My objective was to establish the influence of green marketing mix on the stability of public universities, and the green marketing mix does not significantly influence the stability of public universities in Kenya. And this research was supported by this theory, which we are calling green marketing theory, whereby we are saying organizations should integrate environmental responsibilities into marketing gain. Organizations which integrate environmental responsibility into marketing gain the following things. They gain what we are saying competitive advantage, they gain stakeholders' trust, and this leads to improved performance. The research philosophy was positivism, and the research design was ex-post facto mixed method. The sample size was 307 respondents. which was achieved by using stratified random sampling, and that 5 public universities. The same is repeated there, where we are talking about the population, which is the unit of the analysis. We are saying there are that 5 public universities in Kenya, which have been in operation for more than 10 years, and the unit of observation is 1,313 senior academic and administrative staff, and when we do the sample, you get 307. Data was collected whereby the questionnaires were dropped and picked, and others were distributed through electronic, and the instruments were the questionnaires and interview guides. We did the descriptive statistics and binary logistics, whereby Y is the sustainability and X is the green marketing mix, and the thematic analysis of the key themes are identified through content analysis. The key findings are descriptives on green marketing practices, whereby we had a composite mean of 3.66, and major findings are green pricing was highly adopted with a mean of 3.80, promotion of eco-friendly products with a mean of 3.73, and sustainability campaigns with a mean of 3.70. Areas requiring improvement, we are saying green services, we need to do green services design, digital alternatives, and accessibility to green products. Sustainability outcomes, descriptive of the stability of public universities in Kenya, we had a composite mean of 3.77, and the strong areas which emerged were communities, research, and outreach with a mean of 3.86, income diversification strategies with a mean of 3.81, internal generated revenue with a mean of 3.79, and we are saying university that demonstrated moderate stability requires strong long-term resilience strategies. Green marketing means significantly predicts the stability with an odd ratio of 2.59 and a p-value of 0.001, and the interpretation was university with adequate green marketing practices are 2.259 times more likely to achieve better sustainability outcomes than those with inadequate green marketing practices. And the decision was to reject the null hypothesis, whereby we are saying green marketing mix does not significantly influence the stability of public universities in Kenya with a p-value of 0.001, which is less than 0.05. Conclusion. Green marketing, evidence of the green marketing mix through mean of 3.4 in public university shows that green marketing mix significantly influences public university sustainability. And we have the policy recommendation where we are saying universities should integrate sustainability into service design, expand digital and paperless systems, increase availability of green products, use pricing incentives for sustainable behavior, and strengthen sustainability communication, and the communication of CUE, Commission of University Education, and Ministry of Education should support green campuses policies and sustainability framework. Asante.
Thank you, Zili. Is there any member in the plenary who would like to ask any questions, seek any clarification, or make a comment? Yes.
Thank you very much, Brother James, for your presentation. And you are talking about the green mix and green something. However, I just want to know and inquire. You're doing it in public institutions, that is universities. If there was a component of the private ones, could there be maybe a variance? Maybe the private ones are having more greener than public. What did you think about that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nana, for the question. You're asking if I did the research on both public and private university. That's the question, yeah? The reason why I intended to do in the public university because of the interest. The public university nowadays is being sponsored by the government, and they get more funds from the university, from the government, and also when you look at the structure, the way it is governed, it is more different. But when you look at the governance of the private university, it's also something different. So sometimes you might not get exactly the same results. because of the way the things are governed. Sometimes when you go to some universities which are private universities, you might find they are more sustainable. Maybe they are adopting those green strategies than the public universities. So my interest was more on the public university because of the interest of the public. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's have another round of applause for him. Thank you, and we can continue this conversation afterwards. I can see our guest speaker is online, Professor Naoki. So, are we able to raise him? Oh, sure. Professor Naoki Sugita, can you hear us?
Yes, they can.
Great, welcome. We are very pleased to have you present to us in this Theatre 2 as a guest speaker, and we are very grateful for you accepting this. You could start your presentation. You have 30 minutes to do that. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today here. My name is Naoki Sugita from Utsunomiya University in Japan. Today, I would like to talk about how we can make sustainability economically meaningful in agri-food system. In particular, I will focus on how we can move beyond digitalization and information, and instead think about how value is created through relationship and market design. This is the outline, the structure of my talk. Today, I would like to start with fundamental question. Agriculture is often discussed not only as a production activity, but as something much broader. It generates environmental benefits such as biodiversity conservation. It maintains cultural heritage in rural areas. It contributes to landscape, water management, and even education. In Japan, we call these the multiple functions of agriculture. But this concept is not unique to Japan. It is relevant globally, especially when we think about SDGs. However, here is the key problem. These values, the environmental, cultural, and social contribution, are typically not reflected in market prices. Farmers are paid for products, but not for these broader contributions. In economic terms, these are called positive externalities. Let me briefly explain this diagram. The key idea is simple. Agriculture generates social and environmental value, but this value is not reflected in market prices. As a result, the market outcome is lower than social optimal level. The gap between the two represents what I call unpriced social value. So the issue is not new. The challenge is how to deal with this gap in practice. Instead, it is the following. How can we transform these social values, which are difficult to realize under standard market mechanism, into economic value? In other words, how can we make sustainability work as a viable business? This is the main concept of my talk. Now, let me move to the first step in answering a key question. Before discussing how to make sustainability work as a business,
we need to understand that the structure of agricultural market has already been changing. The most important transforming is digitalization. During the COVID-19 pandemic, food consumption patterns changed dramatically. Eating out declined significantly, while at-home consumption increased. At the same time, direct-to-consumer platforms, what we call D2C or direct marketing e-commerce, expanded rapidly. These platforms connect farmers and consumers directly, bypassing traditional distribution channels. This is a very important shift. In theory, digital platforms should make it easier to communicate value. They reduce information asymmetry, allow storytelling, and create direct relationships between producers and consumers. So, if digitalization works as expected, it should also help farmers communicate sustainability value, environmental practices, local identity, or cultural meaning. In other words, digitalization seems to provide a solution. However, as I will show next, this transformation also reveals new challenges. Digitalization changes market, but it does not automatically solve the problem of value creation. Let me show what happened in digital market. Using Twitter data, we observed a clear difference in perception. Consumers focus on experience and support for farmers. Producers focus on sales and logistics. So even on digital platforms, there is a gap between how value is perceived. This suggests that digitalization alone does not align producers and consumers. Based on these findings, we can identify several fundamental limitations of digitalization in agri-food system. First, digitalization improves information sharing, but information alone does not create economic value. Second, there is a clear perception gap between consumers and producers. Consumers are motivated by emotion, experience, and the desire to support farmers, while producers are focused on sales and logistics. This difference makes it difficult to translate social value into actual market value. Third, logistics remains a major constraint. Even if consumers are willing to support farmers, high shipping costs and distribution challenges limit market expansion. Finally, digital platforms create dependency. Farmers rely on platforms, and platform rules shape how value is communicated and captured. So, while digitalization enables direct connection between farmers and consumers, it doesn't automatically solve the problem of monetizing sustainability. This leads us to the next question. If digitalization is not enough, what else is needed to make sustainability work as a business? Let me begin with a concrete example. In Japan, agricultural damage caused by wildlife, such as wild boar, deer, and monkey, has been increasing, especially in rural areas. This is a visible and growing problem. Building on this example, let us look at broader situation. The economic damage caused by wildlife has been increasing significantly in Japan. In many rural areas, farmers suffer from substantial crop losses due to animals such as wild boar. This is not only an environmental issue, but also a serious economic burden for agricultural production. One potential solution that has been proposed is the utilization of wild boar meat as food. The idea is quite simple. If we can create the consumption of wild boar meat, we can reduce wildlife population through hunting and, as a result, mitigate agricultural damage. So, in this sense, consuming wild boar meat contributes directly to solving this problem. It generates what we can clearly call social value. It supports farmers, protects agricultural production, and contributes to environmental management. However, despite this clear logic, the market does not function as expected. The consumption of game meat remains limited. Many consumers are still reluctant to purchase it, often due to unfamiliarity, perceived risk, or lack of experience. So, even though the product has clear social benefit, this value is not reflected in actual market behavior. So, what we observe here is very clear gap. Social value exists, but there is no market. So, given this gap between social value and the market, a natural question arises. Why are consumers not buying wild boar meat? One important reason is that many consumers have little or no experience with this product. So, they may be uncertain about the taste, safety, or quality. Some may even feel a sense of risk or hesitation. If this is the case, then the straightforward solution would be to provide appropriate information. For example, we can inform consumers about how the meat is processed and managed to ensure quality. We can also provide environmental information, such as its relatively lower environmental impact compared to conventional meat. And we can explain the role of consumption in reducing agricultural damage caused by wildlife. So, from a standard marketing perspective, information should reduce uncertainty and encourage consumption. In fact, we might expect something even stronger. If consumers understand the social and the environmental benefits, they may be willing not only to buy the product, but also to pay a higher price for it. In other words, information is expected to increase both purchase and value. To examine this hypothesis, we conducted a survey experiment. We provided different types of information to consumers and observed how their behavior changed. Specifically, we prepared 3 types of information. The first is process and quality information. explaining how the meat is handled and processed. The second is environmental information, highlighting the environmental implication compared to conventional meat. And the third is information about agricultural damage, explaining how consumption can help reduce wildlife damage. Participants were randomly assigned to these different information conditions. We then analyzed their behavior using a two-step framework. First, whether they choose to buy. Second, how much they are willing to pay. This allows us to separate purchase behavior from value evaluation. Let me first show the result for the purchase decision, which is the first step for our model. As expected, we found that information has a positive effect on consumers' willingness to purchase wild-boar meat. Across all types of information, including process and quality, environmental impact, and agricultural damage, the likelihood of purchasing increases. In other words, providing information successfully reduces hesitation and uncertainty among consumers. This result is quite intuitive. If consumers understand that the product is safe, properly processed, or socially meaningful, they become more willing to try it. So, at this stage, the results support the conventional view in marketing. Providing appropriate information can encourage consumption. In short, information works when it comes to motivating people to buy. However, this is only the first step. The more important question is what happens in the second step. Not whether consumers are willing to buy, but how much they are willing to pay. Now, let us move to the second step, which is the key result of this study. This is where things become more interesting. While information increases the likelihood of purchasing, it does not increase consumers' willingness to pay. In other words, even when consumers decide to buy, they are not willing to pay a higher price. Moreover, the effect of environmental information is particularly striking. Environmental information actually has a negative effect on price evaluation. Consumers may feel that the product is socially meaningful, but at the same time, they become more price sensitive. So, instead of increasing value, environmental messaging can even reduce the price consumer willingness to pay. These results directly challenge a common assumption that providing information about social or environmental benefits will automatically translate into higher economic value. In short, information encourages people to buy, but it does not create value. Let me summarize what we have learned from this case. First, information clearly affects consumer behavior, but only at a limited level. It increases the likelihood to purchase, but it does not increase the economic value of the product. In other words, purchase and value are fundamentally different decisions. Second, these results highlight an important limitation in how we can think about externality, even when the product has a clear social and environmental value, and even when consumers are aware of these benefits, this does not automatically translate into higher prices. So, externalities are not automatically internalized through information. This directly challenges a common assumption in both economic and marketing that providing better information will lead to better market outcome. However, our findings suggested that this is not sufficient. So, we come back to our central question. If information alone cannot create value, what else is needed? So, what is missing? The key insight here is that value is not simply transmitted from producer to consumers. Value needs to be experienced and shared. This brings us to three important elements: relationship, empathy, and engagement. Rather than one-way communication, what matters is the interaction between producers and consumers. This is where the concept of value co-creation becomes important. Instead of simply delivering information, producers and consumers jointly create meaning and value. So the challenge is not only to communicate sustainability, but to design interaction that make consumer part of the value. Now, let me introduce this case in more detail. Furuya Nosan is a family-owned farm engaged in organic agriculture in Japan. What distinguishes this farm is that its activities are not driven solely by short-term profit. Instead, the farm is guided by a clear mission. As shown in this message, their goal is to preserve the natural environment of their region and pass it on to future generations. This means that their farming is not only about producing crops, but also about maintaining ecosystems, protecting local landscapes, and sustaining rural communities. In this sense, agriculture is positioned not just as an economic activity, but as a social and environmental responsibility. This has important implications for how the farmer operates. For example, they prioritize environmentally friendly farming practices, even when these practices may reduce short-term efficiency. They also emphasize the connection between agriculture, local culture, and community. So their production decisions are deeply linked with their mission. In other words, their farming is organized around a clear purpose beyond profit. This is why we can describe this type of approach as mission-driven farming. Now, the key question is, how does this mission actually become economic value? The important point here is that value is not simply transferred from the producer to the consumer. It is not that Furuya creates value and consumer just receive it. Instead, value is realized through participation. For example, Furuya Nosan organizes hands-on activities such as rice planting and harvesting. Through these experiences, participants do not just learn about agriculture, they experience it directly. And this changes the meaning of product. The rice is no longer just a commodity. It becomes something connected to their own experience, effort, and understanding. In other words, the value of the product is not fixed in advance. It changes through the interaction between the farm and participant. This is what we mean by value co-creation. Both the producer and consumer contribute to realization of value. So the key shift here is value is not delivered, but realized through participation. Let me bring everything together. So far, we have observed three important elements. First, information plays a role in creating awareness. It reduces uncertainty and encourages initial interest. Second, relationships create meaning. Through participation and interaction, consumers begin to understand and internalize the value. However, as we have seen, awareness and meaning alone are not enough. They do not automatically translate into economic value. This leads to the third element, which is crucial: market design. To transform awareness and meaning into economic value, we need to appropriate structure, such as pricing mechanism, interaction format, and systems that connect producers and consumers. In other words, value does not emerge automatically. It is shaped by how the market is designed. So the key message of this talk is very simple. Sustainability does not automatically become valuable, even if social value exists, even if consumers recognize it, and even if they understand its meaning. It will not be realized in economic terms unless the market supports it. Therefore, sustainability becomes valuable when markets are designed. Let me conclude with some implications. This presentation started with a familiar problem. Agriculture creates significant social and environmental value, but this value is often not reflected in markets. We have seen that digitalization expands communication and information can influence behavior. However, neither of these is sufficient to create economic value. So, what is needed is a shift in perspective. First, we need to move beyond simply providing information and instead focus on designing meaningful interaction. Second, we need to move beyond thinking of agricultural products as commodities and recognize the importance of experiences in shaping value. And third, we need to rethink market not as simple transaction mechanism, but as spaces where producers and consumers participate in value creation. This leads to broader implications. Sustainability cannot be achieved only by improving production. It must be embedded in the way markets are designed. This perspective is particularly relevant for regions facing similar challenges, especially in context of the SDGs. Understanding how to align social value and economic value will be a key to building resilient and inclusive agri-food systems. Thank you very much for your attention. This talk presentation has focused on agriculture, but the underlying question is much broader. How can we design markets that make social and environmental value sustainable? I hope this perspective contributes not only to agri-food systems, but also thinking about how we build more sustainable economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, let's have one round of applause for Professor Naoki Sugita. Now, anybody who has a comment to make on this presentation or a question to ask? Any question or comments? Thank you very much. There seems to be no question from the audience. But
okay, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you very much for your presentation. It was really insightful. But maybe from me as a chair, I'd like to find out then, therefore, after your presentation, what then would you say is the social value and how the social value can be translated into also reflected in the market to bridge this gap that you're talking about, the gap in practice?
Sorry, I worry that I cannot get the follow your question, but I think basically many agricultural activities create a social value, something like maintain the environment or something like that. But the main problem is that those social values are not translated into the economic value in the general market. So nobody pay for those kind of the social value activities. So that is a main problem. So how to make the people to pay for those kind of the social value activities? That is my key concept. But I'm so sorry that this is not the answer for your question, but
yeah, thank you so much. It's one of those questions that really just remain hanging. But thank you so much and welcome again. And we are very grateful for your accepting to be a guest speaker in this particular conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have yet another online from San Francisco. I don't know whether Dr. Tyrus and the presenter are ready. Cultivating Green Citizens, Lessons from the Eco-Literacy Integration in Kenya and United States. This was done by our very own Dr. Mercy Thuranira, who is being represented here by Dr. Tyrus, and a colleague they did the project with from the United States. So, welcome. They're having a bit of challenges, technical. So when we give them time to prepare, there's a gentleman online called Mwanja Ben. Mwanja Ben, can you hear me? Mwanja has been waiting since 11. He stepped out. What? Then let's have John Nganga and John Maina, please, as we prepare for the group from the United States. Thank you.
much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just presenting this paper. It's part of my objectives in my PhD work. It's on leadership styles and how they influence knowledge sharing. And I'm taking this from my thesis. I'm doing at a TVET, where I'm talking about how knowledge sharing is affected or implicates on academic visibility. And why I took this line on knowledge sharing is because I found that many of the studies that are done on knowledge sharing have been affected on, impacted on universities. And therefore I took a deviation to look at it from the TVET institutions, and that is national polytechnics. So as the title says, it's on leadership styles and knowledge sharing in Kenya National Polytechnics, the influence of these leadership styles. This paper, I have been assisted by one John Maina, whom we have co-authored. Before I go further, I want to bring this into how leadership catapults or works as a catalyst on knowledge sharing. What am I talking about knowledge sharing? I'm talking about the voluntary exchange of ideas, expertise, experience among colleagues for critical research productivity. When you bring about knowledge sharing, when you share knowledge and you collaborate, then you are sure that you can do a lot of collaboration and be innovative. Now, how does this bring about leadership connection? Leaders in knowledge sharing, if you trust anyone or trust people, then you can bring about collaboration. Whenever you don't trust or you don't feel that you are comfortable, then you can hold information. And therefore, this is why we have this context of national polytechnics, which is my institutions of analysis, and the research problem is limited research amongst these institutions. As you can see the concept there, I'm talking about leadership styles, organizational climate, knowledge sharing, and then how institutional performance. All this brings about how leadership influences on knowledge sharing. And I'm saying that leadership is the difference between culture of collaboration and culture of silence. When you trust your leader, then you are sure that you can be able to share information that you have. Now, what is the gap on all this? Most leadership knowledge sharing studies focus on corporate setups in Western universities, and little is known about these institutions in Africa as well as in Kenya. Therefore, this study was having the following objective. One, what leadership styles are most common? Number two, how do lecturers, these are the individuals now, perceive the influence of leadership on knowledge sharing? Then, to what extent do lecturers feel supported by the various leadership styles, and how do different leadership styles compare in the association with knowledge sharing outcomes? Now, on the theoretical foundation, we see that transformational leadership influences or gives ideas, which as a role model, as a behavior, inspirational motivation, where we have articulated vision, intellectual stimulation. You have to challenge others when you are able to be transformational leadership. And you can see this as transactional leadership as in the following. The democratic, whereby you involve consultation, participation, and also shared vision. And when we talk about leadership of democratic, hereby you are able to have consensus, and you can consult. And we can talk about autocratic. This is whereby you follow the rules, bureaucratic, as rules are laid down. You also have laissez-faire, whereby we can avoid and let people do what they want to. There are various leadership styles, as you can see, transformational, democratic, autocratic, as well as laissez-faire. And now, when we talk about expected associations, transformational and democratic gives a lot of positive knowledge sharing, where people are free to share or free democratic leadership to consult, then you can see positivity. While the other two, they bring about negative. Autocratic is what people are commanded, or bureaucratic, which odds or limits knowledge sharing, bringing a lot of negative sharing. Research methodology, I did through mixed methods, survey and interviews. And as you can see, my populations, in doing the National Polytechnic in Kenya, there are quite a number, but I focused on the 6 national polytechnics That is this sound that are listed there. And you can see I had over 280 lecturers. Out of about 2,075 lecturers that were there, but the sample came to around 300. But those who filled my questionnaires, they were 280, and I had 215 key informants from the literature of the institutions. I used the analysis as PSS and NIVO. This is the demographic that you can see, highest qualifications and institutions that are listed there. And what leadership styles, this is now what matters. What leadership styles are most common? As you can see, democratic, those who answered theirs is democratic, they were 43.2%, and it was the most prevalent. Autocratic, however, had quite a number, 18.6. Therefore, you can find it is still significant. Transformational, 14.6. This was coming as a result of any other. The others were listed, but any other, then they could say transformational. It was all there. As you can say, sometimes quite untapped opportunity, but still we can see laissez-faire had also 6.4%. The other could have some mixed reactions. But you can say that in knowledge sharing, sometimes we can talk about blending them all. And you can see in terms of how these were responding, when this question was asked, then you can see most of them felt that the leadership that they're having is democratic. Does leadership style influence knowledge sharing? Yes, you can look at that. 76.1% talked of it being positive. Therefore, leadership styles affects knowledge sharing. Whoever leader you are, then can also affect how knowledge is going to be shared. You can see there's 60.4% on negativity. They also think that somehow they could not die. You can see there's a quotation there by one of the informant. If you find a leader who listens to you, who accepts your ideas, you'll be free and can to share. This I got from one of the informants. That is Meru National Polytechnic. Do lecturers feel supported by the leadership? 65.3% felt they supported, and 15.7% felt unsupported. Of course, this could be related in whom you are working with, and why you feel that you are supported if your work is going on in supporting knowledge, and of course you could support by providing platforms to share knowledge. Now, we can see that a majority feel that supported, but in one of the 6 lecturers experience inadequate leadership support or knowledge sharing. Therefore, it is still quite significant to find that some feel that they are not supported to share knowledge. Which leadership styles delivers the best outcomes? You can see from the outcome there. Democratic gives us 51.2% positivity. This question was being asked, how do you feel? Which one do you think can support? You can see democratic has 87.6% positive. So leaders who are influenced this leadership style, then they can feel that they can support in knowledge sharing. Autocratic still has got a good number, 19.2%. Transformational 48%. And if you remember, this one was not listed, therefore it is quite untapped. And laissez-faire had also quite a number of 27.8%. Which leadership styles creates reluctance to share? Again, you can see there, autocratic actually comes in the first because they feel that they are quasi-bureaucratic enough and therefore they are not free to share. The management can hinder sharing by placing some people as spies against others, and this also came from one of the informant, which when such a leader is known, people will not be able to participate in free discussions. The core insights are here. 14.6% report transformational leadership, positive influence. 43.2% report democratic leadership, and also we have autocratic as 18.6%. If you see the mean of democratic is 3.79, which is very good, and therefore you can see that leadership styles very predominant but also limited. Conclusion, leadership styles systematically influences knowledge sharing in national polytechnics, and therefore we have seen various types of leadership that how they are. Democratic leadership is very common with a mean of 3.49. Transformational leadership is rare in national polytechnics but has 14.6%. Autocratic, on the other hand, is quite reluctant, and therefore when they are following this, they will not want to share what they know. Of course, bureaucratic styles as well comes in. How do I recommend? For national polytechnics and TVET leadership, they should develop transformational leadership, strengthen participatory decision making, and address autocratic leaderships. For policymakers, they should review bureaucratic policies and also recognize reward. When you want people to share information, then you have to share, you have to show that you recognize them and give some recognition. Limitations for this study is that it needs a cross-sectional, because I did only on limited natural projects in Kenya, therefore it can take across. Future research, I'm recommending to have longitudinal studies on and include transformational leadership styles and compare to various types of TVET institutions in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to take any comments or questions from the plenary.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Lawrence. From my little knowledge about leadership and styles, I believe it's more or less guiding those in leadership to do informed decisions. In this particular presentation, my question is rather, how do we connect the leadership styles on the issue of knowledge sharing? The leadership style on the issue of knowledge sharing, considering that they also help the administrators to be able to develop mechanism of achieving the organization goals. The second question is also whether a leader may solely depend on one leadership style to achieve the objective of the organization. Anyway, thank you for the presentation as well.
Thank you very much. To start with the second one, yeah, people do make a mix-up of leadership styles to achieve what they want. However, my interest here was how does leadership styles that you're talking about influence knowledge sharing? People have a lot of information, and I want to find out if, for example, you go out and get knowledge, and you come to your institution as a lecturer, are you given the platform to share the new insights? And therefore, when I connect these leadership styles and knowledge sharing, that's why I was trying to find out how does this influence on knowledge sharing. And you could find that most of the lecturers who answered my questionnaire, they were saying that where the leadership is free in discussion, then they would be allowed to share. But where there was a lot of bureaucratic and a lot of autocratic leadership, then they were not feeling free to share. Because when we talk about knowledge sharing, we are giving free and fair environment. If we let people to discuss openly, without any limitations, without any hindrance, then they would feel comfortable. That's why you have the connection between the leadership styles and knowledge sharing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bana Nganga, for your presentation. Nganga was my colleague at one point. Thank you for the presentation. And I think where we should start is by defining what is knowledge sharing. Because what kind of knowledge is this which requires us to have a democratic space so that we can be able to share? If we can be able to get that one from the background, be able to understand the kind of knowledge which is required to be shared. Then number two, nowadays, forgive me for my ignorance, nowadays I'm seeing even the universities have TVETs, right? And I've seen you have polytechnics and then you're talking of TVETs. It was not very clear on that point whether the polytechnics are the ones which are running TVETs or we have polytechnics, TVETs and other institutions called TVETs. So I also wanted to be clear on my side. Then the last thing was what? Do you have any specific leadership which you can recommend which can be used by this institution and we say for sure this one will work? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Brother James. I want to say that I defined, actually the second slide was about definition of knowledge sharing. However, knowledge sharing here on this study is about free sharing of ideas, expertise, what you know to others who don't know. That is what is in my definition. So when I talk about knowledge sharing, it is what people ponder or people put in themselves. They don't know what others know. Because of when you share knowledge and collaborate, there's what you call the competitive advantage. In the context of Tibet, National Polytechnic falls at that structure of Tibet. So that's why I'm bringing in this knowledge sharing under the Tibet context. So it is the same. Actually, we also have a Tibet here, more so to say. But I was thinking that when we talk about knowledge sharing in the Tibet, more about the tutors, when they go outside there and learn something new, do they come and train others? That was the question. And then they were finding that they do not train because there are no rewards. Even if I know and I want you to make somebody else, there are no recognitions. And therefore, I would recommending that leadership styles affect. That was the point of study. How does it affect? And they want to say that those people who are not given that room to explain themselves, then they were not able to share. I hope I answered.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm John Maina, the co-author, just to thank my colleague and to respond a few sentiments. What we were trying to research on, trying to connect leadership and knowledge sharing. And I started well by defining what is knowledge sharing. And we need to accept the reality that now we are not in those stages during our evolution, in that we depended on labor, industrialization, now in the era of information or rather knowledge. So by sharing this knowledge or information, it helps us to develop or improve our institution, our expertise. So we were checking on how these leaders or the leadership style can influence knowledge sharing. So if we have a dictatorship, the laissez-faire, they might suppress the way people they are sharing knowledge among themselves. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any other question? As for me, I'd just like to find out when you are interviewing the lecturers and asking them, because it is from them you found out the type of leadership their leaders have, right? I usually find, like when we go out from teaching practice, for example, and we have mentor teachers, and we ask them to evaluate our own students who are with them in the field, for some strange reason, they really rate everything is 5/5. So there's that element of fear, even of saying that this person is bad. Well, how did you deal with fear of somebody saying my leader is autocratic? Or you didn't find anybody who fears to say that?
Thank you, Prof. I think I did interviews with institutional leadership, who now wanted them to verify what the tutors were saying. But for the tutors, some were quite open. Of course, some felt intimidated. But I would try to, I was telling them, this is just for the knowledge, for the study purposes. And they felt that, actually some of them wanted to be anonymous. They don't want to be known because of how they are reporting. Because some would say that their readers are quite very hard. Of course, they could give them, but when I told them that it's just for study purposes, then they could agree to give information. So probably that is how we contracted their fear. Because anonymity, because they could not. Thank you.
Okay, let us give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, we are left with 3 presenters, 2 online and 1 who is supposed to be here physically. We are having a Kenya and United States. And we welcome the presenter, but that presenter is going to be introduced first by Dr. Tyrus, and then we continue. Thank you, Dr. Tyrus, welcome.
Good afternoon, all of you. Yes, I'm Dr. Tyrus Mutwiri Gichoro. I'm here to present on, to just make an introduction of a paper, cultivating green citizens, eco-literacy integration in Kenya and USA. The team composed of Dr. Mercy Dlamila, who is the Dean School of Education, I, and Cynthia Lebo. This is from USA, who we expect to join us in this presentation. Our presentation is about climate and education for early childhood. This is a follow-up paper because we had written a paper on eco-literacy, and they read it from US, they read it online, and they seek, we collaborate with them. That's why we have written the paper together. And now we seek to compare, or we have 3 objectives. That is comparative study, and the objectives are 3. How the objective number 1 is how eco-literacy is ecological education, literacy. How eco-literacy is embedded in Kenya's CBC versus USA. Number 2, to spotlight cultural specific pedagogies strength in both regions. Then number 3, synthesizing model for enhanced global environmental education. Now, we have taken advantage of the David Orr theoretical framework, which I will not present, but if my co-presenter will be able to link, let me only point out some critical things that we found between comparing USA and Kenya on terms of eco-literacy in early years of education. The critical thing is that in the USA it is decentralized. Unlike in Kenya where it is centralized, the mandate of controlling what is taught in schools from early childhood is the mandate of KICD. But in USA, the state, and it is delocalized into states, and there are so many states in the US, and also it's also delocalized in local schools and in districts, which means every state is independent, and they teach different things. Another important thing that we also discovered in the Kenya system is that the environmental activities is mandatory. It is taught as a must subject, so it is uniform. But in the US it is not uniform, it depends on the state, and that is it. Maybe another important thing, let me jump that, you discover that in the USA, when we compare the cultural specific strength, unlike Kenya, where we pull things in communal, theirs is still based on what happens in each of the district or the state. I don't know whether she's able to join. Lebo, are you able to join? study, we couldn't cover the whole US because it is quite decentralized, and our collaboration with the Level and group, that is the GLOBE group, we specifically thought that we can learn some experience how eco-literacy is done in Ohio and California, where the other team comes from. But now that she is not able to join, it's also good to understand that what we discovered, because the eco-literacy or environmental education is decentralized. And like Kenya, NGOs and other groups fund education from the school level and the county level, at the state level or the district level, which means each state charts its way forward on how to develop their programs. And from what we learned from this study is that this decentralization has strength and also they have the weakness. For example, my colleague who we have written this paper with, they are in this group we are calling the globe.geo, and these are like a group that funds and enhances environmental and other environmental literacy program all over the world. Actually, if you take the map of the world and see where Globe has some project, they are all over in the country. They are all over in the world. And unlike Kenya, which is a bit centralized, because everything depends on what is proposed by KICD. And of course, with KICD funding everything, or the government funding everything, the teaching is a bit uniform. But in the US, there is discontinuing, because some of the areas, they have very nice programs run by the NGOs, led by the other funding partners, and some of the areas from the study that we did, and is that there is no uniformity. Let me make this conclusion that from our study, what we have discovered is that in the two countries, the eco-literacy or the teaching of ecological education should move from indoor to outdoors. That is proposed by KICD, yes, but the study also needs to be done to see to what extent is this adhered to in Kenya. But in the US, it is adhered to. In their system, we discovered that they run through data-driven research, and all what they do is captured, because their system is quite organized, and the way they teach and the program they do, they are recorded and documented. In one of the things that I saw critical, which we can borrow in Kenya, is enhancing what we call the musical linguistics, of which they do there. Another important thing, of which we also saw, that the teacher is a facilitator. And we also saw that both in Kenya and the US, eco-literacy is supposed to be presented not by teachers, but the facilitators. Another aspect that came up strongly, of which forms the area that we can learn from, is global partnership. There is a lot of partnership of schools, NGOs, and other partners who work in areas that is peoples like the Globe, like the NASA, and which means in Kenya, what we are missing a bit is the partnership. If you go to these local schools, mostly they only rely on KICD for teaching ecological literacy. But in the US, there's a lot of partnership, collaboration, and data-led teaching. Here we rely on KICD. We also have our strength. Another aspect is innovative curriculum. In their curriculum, that is in the US, there is integration of neuro art and musical linguistics for emotional engagement, of which, if you look at KICD grade PP1, PP2, grade 1 to grade 4, also it has integrated the neuro arts, and the last, in the curriculum design of Kenya, the last objective is affective, of which the learners or the kids, they are supposed to appreciate the environment. So, as much as we may see their curriculum for KICD well funded, our system also has integrated almost everything apart from few aspects that is found in the US, but the challenge that we have in Kenya is funding. And to fund those activities, especially the outdoor activities, especially for the schools that are found in urban areas and the slums, because they cannot interact with the environment, they need to do the micro garden and within the school. So this comparative study, we can learn several lessons, and remember the challenges in California and Ohio, they are different from Kenya. And in the US, the curriculum is tailored to the state, which means it is localized and able to meet the needs for that specific state. Because the states are from diverse, some of them are quite hot, others they experience very cold climatic conditions, and the curriculum is tailored to meet the local needs. But in Kenya, it is generalized. That's what I can say. It's unfortunate we are unable to link. She's on call because we wanted, our part was to tell us what they are doing in Ohio and California, using this group we are calling in their group, in their organization, and how they can link with us in Africa, and specifically Meru University of Science and Technology. We learn from them and collaborate with them in teaching our children and enhancing our curriculum. I think I should end there. That's the much I can, we have missed that, their experience, but that's the best I can do in the circumstances. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's have one round of applause for the presenter. Thank you. Do we have any questions in the plenary or comments? Is she joining? Oh, let's give her time.
as they get prepared, I wish to emphasize the importance of collaboration. They found our paper and they seek collaboration with us. And they want to share their experience, what they are doing there. The organization is global, and they wanted to partner with us in the Meru University as we do eco-literacy to our community and our teachers who teach all over in the country. I think, Chair, we should label.
Yeah, and then we'll probably be able to put all our questions together. So hopefully this works.
Hello? Lalo? Can I present? Mwanja Ben.
Who is that? Is that Mwanja Ben?
Yes, I've been on it. Oh, because I was a meeting, but I've been waiting since morning.
I know about you, Mwanja, and I'm really sorry about what has happened. We are having an international presenter who is just having something that's being sorted out. After that, he will present and your situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take that off. Let's just get on.
Okay. Mwanja will be free to present.
I want to show this.
Oh.
There. And I want to share my slides. Right, mine as data. Okay. Thank you. Please go ahead, John. Thank you. Okay, come on, hang on. All right, hold on, we're almost there. Don't tell anybody we're almost there. Share. Okay, we need to go find the other slides. All right, they were here a minute ago. Photos. Okay, I'm still here. Yeah, I still don't have the slides yet, so I have to go somewhere they're hiding. But these are enough pictures that we could ban if we what's happening in London today. And now I will look for my slides. Okay, and I'll do it 2 ways. I'll send them to you by email as soon as I can get where my slides are. Copy. Okay, we got my slides. Okay, we're up. Sorry that it took so long. Okay, so I can turn off the share right now because you've got it on the screen, correct? Or do I leave it? What do you see?
Are you able to navigate from your side?
Can you see these slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I think I can start, and we'll tell people there are a few technical difficulties. We'll do our best. All right. Okay, we're on. We don't need that. All right, we'll try. Whenever Terry wants to cue me.
We can hear you. You can go ahead and present.
All right, I can go ahead and present.
Yes,
all right.
please. Yeah.
Okay, I'm taking my headset off. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world hearing this. My name is Bo. It's my nickname. Apparently, Bo Lipo, which is my nickname with my last name, is very popular in Canada, and in Kenya, and in Africa. So I will quickly catch up and count some numbers off of my minutes because of the delay. We're sorry for technical difficulties. Hello, Sawa Sawa, we're going to get started. I'm here as your guest. I am a Globe teacher, and I've connected Globe to what is called STEAM. So STEAM is science, technology, engineering, and math. And I think what I can say to you, if you don't believe in STEAM yet or have not discovered it, is it's a way of putting the humanities along with a way to accelerate learning for any grade based on neural arts, which is a big research project in the Midwest. I am here representing California, participating with Kenya. I am slow to the riverbank in that I've been working about 10 years with Globe. I'll explain Globe to you in a moment. And I have been working 30 years with being a teaching artist and learning about Vygotsky and doing my master's thesis on musical linguistics. So I am honored to be here with the School of Education, and I am blessed. And I thought I would start for a second to cool us down because that was a really very numbing amount of sound in the room, and I am late because of the computer. So forgive me, I will not do a perfect program, but I promise you to do an interesting and exciting program. Even if it bothers you, it'll work. The picture on your share page, which I can't see right now, is the data key from NASA. NASA launched me along with working with the American Indians and working with one of the largest school districts in the country, or in the United States, one of two. The NASA Data Cube is vital. So in a regular classroom, you might use who, what, when, where, why, and how. And with NASA's cube, you work with using scientific principles. Their cube, which actually is a cube that I can give you a copy of, or you can order from my NASA data, is examine, search and find, analyze, ask, assess, connect and assess. So at no point does it assume that we know and that it can change at any moment. So I could read you a list today of the Luna Project where we're explaining how many worldwide members in what is called Globe, which was created by a Vice President Ford 31 years ago, and is a little bit changing too fast because of different policies. But I'll say that NASA started this, and I became part of the Mars Millennium Project, and we're still working on going to Mars. So that covers one of the things I needed to say to you, which is what Globe is about, is talking about children taking on going to outer space, learning enough to take care of the biome we live in, And after studying it a lot in the last 24 hours over again, what I realized on the American Indian Medicine Wheel, what happens with the Kenyan or the African peoples is that you are in charge of the earth and well-being and the body. So this may sound strange to you, to some of you who've studied in traditional graduate school and in the PhD process, but I want you to be in your bodies and taking a look at this with the kindness of a child. So I'm going to just honor you by honoring all our relations and all the shoulders of the people we stand on and the holiness of the land of Africa, and say thank you for welcoming me. Elian used to sing a song that I will just do a snippet of, and then I'll do an American Indian snippet, and then we'll start, just to pay my respects to everyone, all the different religions, all the different thoughts, all the different cultures, the Maasai culture especially, and all the guests. So the first one is to open your heart, and it goes, yay, 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 oh, yay, yay, yay. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for having us. We honor your traditions. And then the second part is the American one, which is for wedding, and which is a wedding song, and it is, hold on. All is beautiful, all is beautiful, all is beautiful indeed, indeed. When the Mother Earth and Father Sky meeting, joining one another, helpmates, helpmates ever they. Unattended journey, unattended journey, unattended journey, You are welcome in my world. I am the world of the children, and the American Indians say that the children's planet. So we've now layered that GLOBE is right now with the Kenya Space Agency a 29-year member of working with an American contract with Kenya, and Charles Mwenge is still the head of GLOBE in Kenya and is working on an idea to teach so much math, science, engineering, and experimental juju that we are working on the economy, on safety, in terms of the environment, and it brings us back to hosts with the idea that we're able to work with not just ourselves, but data points, working with satellites, working with whether it's the ocean or the air quality, an ability to make it safer with boreholes, safer with not just clean water and hygiene at Lake Victoria, but being protect wildlife and food chains for agriculture, for apiculture, and Mero has an incredible mandate to do innovation in all these fields that matter to the economy, to President Ruto. So having started my honoring part, I can go on with my presentation. Would that be okay? And am I talking too fast?
You're good.
We're okay?
Yes.
Okay. Do you start first? Who starts first? Or do I keep going?
Please keep going.
Okay. The reason I started with a thank you and a good morning is because I want you all here, even though I can't see you right now. And we're on Zoom, so I should be able to, but I am adapting the material to what you're seeing. So first of all, we can talk about the world in terms of science and go much faster looking at the cubes. Second of all, right now we've had fires again today and yesterday in Los Angeles. We are breathing little tiny particles that are not very good for you and need 5 masks. And Paris is suffering from low-income housing, which has big high-rises, but they're not good in hot weather. It's very hot there, and they'll have to redo those houses to keep people safe. So people make mistakes. I'm not perfect, but I will not list all of the bibliography because we'll make an archive for that for you later. What I want you to do is assess and examine from your heart. So I started with making connections and starting a process that some part of you is searching and finding now, what is she doing? And why is she doing that? And that'll be a good start. I need to go get the slides for you now and go ahead with getting back on time. So thank you for letting me review. Here's the aerosol grid from Globe, which we could be using with students right now. And they don't remember when they are asthma students that sometimes you can't see the particles. So you are welcome to take this in whatever way you can and enjoy it or ask questions. I've left my email at the end of my slides. Am I still on? Can you still hear and see me?
We lost you a bit, but now we can hear it, and we can hear you.
Okay, I'm getting you the slides right now. Again, behind something, and we'll be there just in a second. Thank you for putting up with this and helping me do this with Let's Be Intrepid. I want to thank Janet Struble, who worked with Gold Mission Earth to prepare for you. I want to thank the others who have. I want to thank my hosts. And now we're to the slides. So we'll work with them and I'll go fast. And stop me through whatever process you can stop me if you need something really badly for me to define it a little better. So I think you know by now that Globe has been with Kenya for a long time. I work with people who've been working for about 30 years with the Maasai Territory, building a big campus in Eldoret, a tech center for 16 to 20-year-olds, new program for children and more adults to come in and work with computers near Prairie Mountain. The program is called A Breath of Fresh Air. The red and yellow logo is my logo from years ago. Stay with me. The longer name, Symphony, is why I have a name both. And what the goal, even though the sound is back to me, and that's why it's helping me talk slowly, is give you something to take home from the conference and dig into. Find out if there's something that you need to keep and use, and find out if you want to throw it away. But if you go to globe.gov, you will find a website that I'll show you in just a minute, and it will tell you why millions of data points have been given back to satellites around the world to help everyone stay safer, to help the planet get cooler, and to have fun in school with children so they'll fall in love with learning and have something for their life they get out of every day they go to school. The differences are huge. Thank you for stopping the echoing. The differences are huge. Ohio and California. So my goal is to have you try STEAM. I've done it before. I can't see your hands raised, so I will run through these back to what's important to you. What we wanted to create is a different way of knowing to build eco-literacy and stewardship, which is what the Kenyan schools are beginning this year to really promote and change over your system. And I understand that teachers need new things to be able to understand they are facilitators now, or being asked to be facilitators, and no one has slowed down to explain them what that is. It's very different than traditional teaching. And along with Kenya, by Kenyans, for Kenyans, the idea is to connect cultural meaning and values to school along with memories of skills and working with plants. It is also to provide teachers now with resources, and Mero is working with that deeply. My part is to create signs and symbols, graphemes, morphemes, dances, and tools that work with real science, and also make it something that children fall in love with and want to own. And they have a voice in this, because it's student-centered learning. The rest of this, I think I can ignore, but I want to tell you why I did this in the United States, and it may have value where you are for different reasons. In California, we have kids who come to school because they have to, but they don't want to stay, and they may not have conquered reading by 3rd grade. The problem there is we need their attention, and we need what we're telling them to go into deep memory so it's useful, and they master that. And so I created something based on collaboration, which also brings excitement and buy-in and practice to children, to teachers, and to people observing that they don't know what they're seeing, but something is happening. That is modeled by Leonard Bernstein in his Artful Learning Framework, that the best way to learn something is in the context of another discipline. So my role has been to make it stick, and what we do with children is not manipulate them or force them. We deal with their individuality and how their brain works, and maybe how their body works, and maybe how their emotions work, but the process speeds up how they learn in a way that's non-violent and something that they choose and really like and smile and laugh a lot in my classroom because they feel safe, which makes what we're doing memorable and by choice. This slide won't make much sense, but I'm leaving it in because it's important, because we want to bring in Swahili and we want to bring in KSL, so Kenyan Sign Language and Sign Language for Kakuma. And what I know is the rest of the dance that I do to explain how I bring linguistics into the matter, and print fonts, and everyone raising their hand to know where everyone is, so it's by choice. It's playful, but I can't do all these exercises in 15 minutes with you, so I will tell you that these over time I will put up on the internet and work with Mercy and Meru and Tears to find out what we can do to make the books for teachers more handleable, so that we have 5 to 7 different languages right now that you could read the teacher's guide for Globe in, but these things like throwing the ball or like working with song mapping and dotting to make writing, reading, and typing on the computer and computer usage by 3rd grade and testing in California. We want to make this most exciting class and the one that you can put the most content in easily without so relaxation and body awareness patterning that goes on with learning math and deciding and figuring out your science project as well as your science poster. That comes along with mentoring from real science and professors at an elementary school level. It's exciting. And it's become something that children want to stick with and continue doing. This is Hello. And I'm not selling anything, I'm just telling you how huge this is because it's a 31-year project. And people in Globe have done a much better 31 years of Globe, showing people like little girls planting tree top of the Himalayas, even though it's dry and cold, to be able to help their village. So this is bits of California, bits of Ohio, which is the Midwest and in our farm belt. And we moved back from Ireland, which has a green line up to Northern Ireland. But Belfast is part of what we and Fermanagh have helped us create and follow, finding out that all of us are working, going and finding the same decisions, that it is something that is a group learning process and a collaborative human making meaning process. And this is just our map. Musical sticks, again, this seems to be a repeat slide. It shouldn't be. Let me go forward to what is this globe? Well, I could read you the actual acronym of GLOBE, but I'm just going to go straight into what you study instead of explaining it right now and let you explore. It's free to work with if you're from a country that Globe has an agreement with. And you can always write Globe and join Globe, because we have countries joining all the time that are vetted for something that is needed, wanted, and there'll be all kinds of volunteers for you. But this is really easy to use, and you can use it on your phone.
Lebo, can you hear me? I'm afraid we've run out of time.
We're out of time.
Yeah, Lebo, we've run out of time, unfortunately. Because we...
That you can find when we put it up on the web?
Yep, it is, yeah. I'm afraid we've run out of time, because we have one presenter, and we are being asked to wrap it up. I'm sorry.
Thank you. There's the seal. We look forward to talking to you another time. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
we
Lebo.
hope this benefits you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. And Mwanja, can you still hear me? Mwanja? Ben? Mwanja Ben, I can see he's online still.
I can hear you, Katerina.
Finally, we get to you, and again, once more, accept my apologies. You have 15 minutes with it.
Thank you. Sorry, Ashley.
Welcome, Ben, and the floor is yours. Ben is going to be our last presenter for the day.
Yes. Let me try to share the slides. Are you able to see those slides?
Not yet.
Are you able to see them?
Not yet, Ben. Not yet.
Is it okay? I didn't know what to say.
Ben, are you able to put up the slides? Is
Let
there...
me try to see if I can share the document.
Okay. Can you just click on share? Is that possible? Well, if you send them to us, Eric, are we able to share from our side? We can't share from our side, Ben. Have you seen the share button, the blue one with an arrow pointing upwards? Click on that one.
Let me go back there and see.
You're there, just pick share a window.
Just a minute.
You probably need to open the document first.
Yes.
Have you opened the document? If you open the document, when you go there, I can see you there. Then you can choose the document from the screen. And I can see your documents down here. Yes, there you are. You click on that. No, the next one. Oh, that's yours.
So I click here.
Yeah, click on share. It's an arrow pointing up. We are trying to show you from our side. But you keep on cancelling.
To where the back of the meeting, because there is something which is not. Yes, I got here, then.
There, your document has to be first of all open on your screen, so that when you click,
I have screens, sites, then more.
Click on share. That one. You're there.
Yes, are you not able to see
can see you.
Okay.
Yeah, great. You
Okay.
can start now. Yeah, thank you.
So then my presentation is on the effect of innovation on the performance of dairy farmers cooperatives in the Western region. And my co-authors were Jacqueline Odero, lecturer at Masinde Muliro. I'm a PhD student at Masinde Muliro University. And the other co-author is Evans Cueto. So under introduction or background, we have observed that core competencies, especially innovation, really contribute to performance of organizations. But then, despite of this competency on innovations, the cooperatives in Kakamega, the dairy farmers cooperatives in Kakamega and its environs are not doing well in the country, in this part of the country. So we looked at reports. Reports indicate that the performance is not so good due to poor governance and even inconsistent milk payouts and in the inability to innovate. Therefore, looking at other reports, studies done by other people in the other parts of the world, we felt there is a sectoral gap which has to be addressed by investigating the effect of innovation. So under the statement problem, we looked at the nature and the importance of dairy farmers cooperatives, the way they can address marketing challenge, the way they can transform the economic power of the people, economic transformation. But then reports indicate that the lack of innovation and other core competencies puts them lower than expected. Therefore, there was a need for a study on the effect of innovation on performance with focus on dairy farmers cooperatives. So the objective was to ascertain the effect of innovation on performance of dairy farmers cooperatives in the Western region. So the hypothesis that was tested was innovation has no significant effect on performance of dairy farmers cooperatives in the Western region. Then the theoretical review, under the theoretical foundation, we applied the resource-based view theory, and the core competence theory, as well as learning organization theory. So these theories collectively explain how competencies, especially strategic resources like innovation, can continuously support growth and sustained performance of institutions with focus on dairy farmers cooperatives. So the conceptual framework, we looked at the constructs under innovation. The constructs under innovation included automation of operations in the cooperatives, then the artificial insemination, the use of artificial insemination for upgrading in dairy. Then we also looked at feed formulation strategies as an innovation which can transform these cooperatives and cause them to perform better, so that there is stellar performance in the long run. We also looked at the practice of climate smart agriculture. And then the constructs under performance included market share, customer satisfaction, and rate of milk payments. So those are the metrics that can be used to measure after you cause performance by applying these innovative strategies under the constructs. Because descriptively we describe the situation as it is, and then also we look at the effect. Then the philosophy was positivism, because it applies both quantitative quantitative approaches. So we looked at, we focused on population within the Western region, the 4 counties of Western region, Ngoma, Kakamega, Busia, and Vihiga. But for the pilot study, we went to the neighboring county called Trans Nzoia, which is which borders Ngoma and Kakamega. So the population was 400 wheat farmers and 40 CEOs, executive officers for these cooperatives, so drawn from 40 registered groups. So when we applied a formula, it gave us 2 then respondents, lead farmers being 1 executive officers. So, very interesting. R square, innovation can cause performance of the cooperative
What are we losing you? We are losing you.
It can spark change 0.4% because the R square, this is interpreted as 48%, 48.4% of performance in the dairy cooperatives was attributed to innovation core competence. Therefore, with a P of 0.00, which is far much below the standard of 0.05. So this means with a better value of 0.45, these findings indicate that for every 1 unit increase in innovation, there was a 0.845 of increase in performance. So these are the results which are empirically derived, inferentially derived, and they are documented. So with those results, we conclude that innovation has a significant effect on performance of dairy farmers cooperatives in the Western region. Specifically, the adoption of automated processes and even artificial insemination, including semen to guarantee heifer production, drives productivity of dairy in a subsector in this region. So, based on this, we recommend to the world that with the committed cooperative management, that is leadership, a leadership that embraces innovation by scaling up artificial insemination and other innovative strategies, performs better, causes stellar performance in dairy farmers cooperatives. So in other parts of the world applies with the theoretical basis, the 3 theories that formed the basis of this study, and then the policy implications. We recommend that policymakers should develop a structure where policies to ensure automation and modern approaches in innovative processes are embraced for better performance in our dairy cooperatives. So that is what we gather, and the main document will be published if the peer reviewers will accept the document as it is. These are findings that we came up with after doing this research in the western part of Kenya, involving 4 counties of Western province, 4 Western province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mwanja. Let's give a round of applause for Mwanja. And thank you also very much for your patience. Is there anybody who has a question or a comment for Ben? Yes.
Chair. So I have like 4 questions for Ben. The first question is that Ben, as the topic is effect of innovation on performance, but going through the slides, I have not seen which type of the innovation have you talked about, because we have like 4 types of innovation. So I have not seen any type of innovation in your paper. Like you have technological innovation, you have process innovation, you have innovation, and you have organizational innovation. You have just talked about the innovation. So I don't know which specific innovation have you interacted with. Then another question, can innovation in dairy cooperatives be non-technological? If yes, can you explain? Then the third question, why did you choose to use the null hypothesis instead of the alternative hypothesis? Because if you can state, how do you state the null hypothesis that there is no significant relationship between A and B? So if you have stated that there is no relationship, why do you go ahead to do the hypothesis testing again? Then the last question is, how did you analyze your qualitative data? You have only indicated how you analyze the quantitative data. You have not indicated how you did the qualitative data. Thank you.
Ben, I think those are things you need to think about, food for thought. On innovation, on the hypothesis, you can park them somewhere and think about this going forward. The good thing is this is work in progress, and you can think about this. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask us to move to Theatre 3 for the closing ceremony. I want to thank all of us very much for being here. I want to also appreciate that we took our time to be here and listened and critiqued positively, and for that we are entirely grateful. I also want to thank our online participants. Thank you very much for staying here with us. We are going to move this link now from here to Theatre 3, where you can join us for the closing ceremony. Thank you very much. Let's have one round of applause for everybody that was here as we graciously move to Theatre 3. Thank you.